Catching Coy, Love in Little River, Book 3, by Renee S. Clark. Copyright 2022 by Sweetly S. Press. Chapter 1. Coy Jones, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. Nico is going to kill me because I'm already in love. First day. It was the dimples that did Coy in. Two of them pressed into the woman's cheeks as she grinned and held out her hand. Hi, I'm Bellamy. Welcome to the ranch house. Her smile had him smiling back, and relief over this whole experience, the fact that he'd let Nico talk him into finding love on a reality TV show, it settled through him as he stared at her and got a little lost in her blue eyes. He'd binge-watched a few seasons of The Catch over the last couple months, preparing to do it himself, and he'd made fun of every single person who insisted that they'd known from the minute they met. He took it all back. Bellamy gently tugged her hand away from Coy's and tilted her head, tucking a piece of her wavy, shoulder-length brown hair behind her ear. Mr. Jones? Coy, he corrected. He'd crept into his face at how transparent he'd just been, another thing he'd scoffed at on the screen. The way some contestants made it so obvious how they felt. Come on, this was all a game, and they needed to play things better if they wanted to win. Is this cheating? I thought I couldn't meet any of the women until the big thing tomorrow at the gym. Bellamy laughed, her own cheeks growing pink. I'm not. No. I'm not going to be on the show. I'm the manager of the ranch house. She gave him a good-natured grimace. I'm just here to show you down to the house you'll be staying at and then make sure you're fed and all that. Coy's eyes widened. Yeah, Nico was definitely going to kill him. Coy put his hands in the pockets of his jeans and rocked backward on his heels. That is really unfortunate. Seriously. She folded one hand over her stomach and tapped her lips with a finger. Yeah, charmer. I can see why they chose you. You'll do great with this. He couldn't help laughing. I doubt that. I'm much better at playing on the court than in something like this. She moved her finger away from her lips. It took Coy a second to drag his gaze from there as well, and waved her hand. She winked and held out a hand back toward the door he'd just come through. Let me show you where you'll be staying. She walked past him, only glancing back to see if he'd follow, which he did, of course. They met his assistant, Zane, as they came back out on the porch. You must be Bellamy, he said, holding out a hand. Coy couldn't help scowling at him. Why hadn't Zane clued Coy in on who Bellamy was? Coy could have backed out of this long ago and driven up to take this girl out without all the crazy he was about to step into finding love on reality TV. Zane Campbell, he said, introducing himself. Coy's assistant. Good to meet you in person, Zane. She grinned back, which made Coy jealous. I was just going to take Coy over to the house he's staying in. She chewed on her lip. I forgot to clear this up. Are you with the crew here at the ranch house or with Coy? Zane turned to his boss. With him. I'm not sure he knows how to feed himself. He and Bellamy laughed. Now. Coy held up a hand, rolling his eyes at his best friend. They'd met playing basketball at Arizona State. I can make toast and pour a glass of milk. Bellamy glanced between the two of them. I see what you mean, she said to Zane. Luckily, I'm here. I won't be staying in the house with you, but I will be feeding you breakfast most days. And no one turns down my cooking. She smirked and headed off the steps, walking toward a side-by-side ATV parked in front of the SUV that Zane and Coy had arrived in. Do you guys want a ride? She pointed to it. Or follow me down. You go with Bellamy, Zane said to Coy. I'll bring the car down. I still need to call Agnes and confirm the schedule for tomorrow. He waved them on and got back in the SUV. It was another one of those moments Coy was glad that Zane took care of all this stuff. He'd been on the phone when Coy had first arrived at the ranch house, leaving him to go inside alone, meet the woman of his dreams, and discover that she was not supposed to be the woman of his dreams. "Hop in." She gestured to the passenger side as she opened the door for the driver's side and got in. Coy folded himself inside the vehicle, pulling his knees up and making Bellamy giggle. He turned and caught sight of the dimples again and lost pretty much the rest of his heart. He'd better keep this to himself. Contracts and Nico said he had to find love among 8 women they were introducing him to tomorrow. "Don't worry," she said. "The ride is short." She nodded down the road to a gabled, white brick house with a wraparound porch. She started the side-by-side and punched it out of the drive, whipping Coy's head back and making her laugh again. He couldn't see the dimples, but just the laugh made 1,000 basketballs bounce around inside his chest, excitement pounding right along to the beat. "So, that's a big guest house," he called over the sound of the engine. "It's not a guest house," she called back. "You know Taggart Dubois?" "Of course. That's his wife's house." "Well, his too now, I guess." Bellamy laughed again. "Anyway, they're on tour right now, so it works out." "And that one?" He pointed to another house further down the road, similar in architecture, but 2 stories rather than the sprawling ranch-style house Bellamy pulled up in front of. "Roxy, Tag's wife, it's her sister Taylor's. They haven't moved in yet. It's not quite finished." Bellamy parked the side-by-side in the driveway and got out, leading him up to the porch, past a swing he knew Nico and the other producers would salivate over getting a few shots of. Seemed like the kind of thing the show did all the time. And next week, Coy and Bellamy take their relationship to all new heights, and the picturesque porch swing. Ahead of him, Bellamy unlocked the door and opened it, taking him inside an open living and kitchen area. With his head still full of the episodes he'd spent weeks watching, it was easy to picture quiet, evening dates in the cozy living room. How were the producers billing this? Were they taking advantage of the fact that this was one of Taggart Dubois' homes? Of course. He'd bet money on it. "Here's your room." Bellamy stood down a hallway off the living room, holding open a door. Coy strode toward her, peering into it. A king-sized bed with all white linen sat on a wooden platform, 2 matching bedside tables on either side with floral arrangements atop them. A dresser in the same shade of wood sat opposite the bed. "Very nice." He nodded at Bellamy but didn't go inside. "Zane's room is right here." She pointed to a doorway across from his. "Is there anything else I can get you?" She started back down the hallway and Coy followed, both of them ending up in the living room. "Some of that cooking you were bragging about?" She grinned, putting her hand on her hip. "Got any requests?" Coy, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. "I have a lot of requests, starting with more time with Bellamy."
Chapter 2. Bellamy Hansen, 27. Little River, Wyoming. Manager, the ranch house at the ROC. "I think the cast is going to love spending time at the ranch house. I'm a big fan of the show and Coy Jones. Yeah, he was a good choice. How could anyone not be a little in love with him?" Bellamy had not intended to go to the first day of filming down at the high school gym, where the catch would announce the 8 women competing on the show in Game Starter style. Last season, when Bellamy and Roxy had watched Gunnar Bent's season, the women had been introduced on a local baseball field to connect to Gunnar's position with the Boston Brigadiers. One of the things Bellamy couldn't help but love was the small-town locations the show used to even out the high-profile lives of the pro athletes on the show. The giddy excitement welling up in her as she sat in the bleachers with hundreds of other catch fans, most of whom had traveled to Little River specifically for this event, was the reason she should have stayed away. Yesterday, she'd managed to keep her fangirl tendencies in check when she met Coy Jones, though they'd been tested when he'd smiled at her and thought she was one of the women. She and Roxy had danced around the office when Nico Fox had called and asked to film the latest season at the ROC, and Bellamy had promised herself it was the last ridiculous thing she'd do. From there on out, she had to be a professional. Maybe her mother should have stayed on as cook during the filming. Her father wanted to do an Alaskan cruise, and the timing was right for them to go, with the catch group wanting exclusivity, leaving the cooking to Bellamy. The cruise was a vacation her parents couldn't do during the winters Bellamy's mother had off. But Nico had given Bellamy a VIP ticket to the filming. Front row on the opposite side of the gym from Coy, and Bellamy just couldn't turn that down, even though it was a bad idea. What if the goofy side of her took over when the action started? She and Roxy could text for hours over which women were best for that season's catch, and who was crazy and who was in it for real and who had the best chance. Bellamy could totally lose her head, which would look bad when she was trying to put on a professional front for their big-time guests. She pulled out her phone to text Roxy. Her best friend had nearly cried when she found out the weeks of filming were over Tag's latest tour dates. She and Tag had made a serious commitment to be together whenever they could, and even though he had told her to go home during these weeks and help Bellamy, her friend had refused. Bellamy suspected it had to do with Roxy's newly pregnant status and the hormonal anxiety that would probably make that many weeks away from Tag unbearable. Remind me not to be an idiot. The camera could see me, and I have to represent the ranch house well. Remind me. Roxy's response came back quickly. I can't. I'm too busy crying with jealousy. Or maybe because none of the chicken and dumplings Tag has gotten from at least 6 different places in the last week measure up. Bellamy couldn't help a snort of laughter. Of all the things for Rox to crave while she was pregnant. One more month, Bellamy reminded her. You'll be here in time to watch the finale in person with me. She added an excited gif. In the meantime, I will not be an idiot. You have never ever been an idiot. Except that season you actually thought Candace the Crazy was going to win. That was totally the editing and you know it. Are you sure you shouldn't be back in the locker room getting ready? Coy Jones' voice brought Bellamy's attention up from her phone. And up and up and up. She stood on the bleacher almost on instinct. Especially when Coy grinned at her over their joke. She needed to put herself on level footing or at least closer to level footing. You wish. She grinned back, then wondered if she imagined the way Coy's gaze drifted to her lips. Sparks were flying between them, but Bellamy couldn't let herself give in to those. Screwing up an entire season of The Catch by dating the star would wreck their reputation among the A-listers that had become a huge part of the ranch house clientele. I do, Miss Bellamy, I really do. He had the slightest of southern drawls, probably from growing up in South Carolina, but it made the way he said Miss Bellamy sweet enough to melt her insides. Coy Jones, you're going to have 8 women in puddles around your feet by the day's end. He stepped closer, still grinning. Odds are that a few of those 8 ladies will not immediately fall in love with me, so you're going to have to be one of those puddles. She almost slapped playfully at his arm but stopped herself. Boy, you are good. It's no wonder they got you for this season. Mr. Jones. A woman with blonde hair pulled up into a knot on the top of her head came up behind Coy, making him turn, but not move away an inch. Had they begun filming yet? Had the stage manager and the producers seen the way Coy was flirting with her, and, okay, the way she was flirting back? Yeah, Agnes? Coy asked. Ah, so this was the other producer, the one that would oversee all the on-site details. Bellamy had gotten a few emails from her, but they hadn't met. Agnes had gotten in late, past midnight, so one of the other crew members had offered to let Agnes into her room instead of making Bellamy wait up. We're ready to start. Come with me. Agnes put a hand on Coy's elbow, not looking up from the iPad in her other hand as she tugged him away. See you around, Bells. Coy waved as he headed back across the court with Agnes, and Bellamy's heart did a flip-flop, despite the scowl she gave him over the new nickname. Most people shortened her name to Belle, and Bells was, kinda weird, so why did she like it? Because she was being an idiot. She had to stop being an idiot.
Yard for the Denver Mountaineers. I have a lot of requests, starting with more time with Bellamy.
Chapter 3.
The almost deafening cheering, even in this small town, high school gym, and the boisterous voice of the catch announcer had Coy bouncing on his toes. When he caught sight of a camera zooming in on him, he stopped. The reaction to the crowd before a big game was natural to him, but he didn't want to look too enthusiastic about this. He intended to play it cool and charming. His gaze strayed to Bellamy, across the gym, clapping from the front row. Unlike the women around her, she didn't jump up and down or wave her arms or scream, but she had an excitement dancing through her eyes. He couldn't help but wonder what held her back from letting loose like the others. Then he noticed that her stare was zeroed in on him and his heart skipped. He swung his gaze back toward Portia Hampton, the host, who was striding toward him. She had played women's professional basketball, and Coy had met her a few times before this. She was a part of the reason Nico had reached out to him to be the next catch. Ready for this? She shouted over the cheering around him. He shrugged and couldn't help a chuckle. I guess so. The crowd began to quiet, and Portia took the mic, doing the catch introduction and then pausing before looking out at the crowd expectantly. What time is it? She cried. In unison, they shouted back, catch time. Portia pumped her hand up a couple of times and turned to the announcer behind Coy, who jumped right into the action. From Salt Lake City, Utah, CEO of Girls Play and a former UConn point guard, number 26, Jillian. The crowd broke into cheers again as a tall woman with long dark hair, curled down her back, jogged out from the locker room area. She wore the trademark catch jersey, emblazoned with her chosen number. Coy couldn't help wondering if it came from her UConn days. From what he knew so far, each of the women chose a number with special meaning to them. Jillian wore dark-washed skinny jeans and a pair of wedges that didn't slow her down one bit as she headed over to him. Hi, I'm Jillian, she said, embracing him and then rocking back. Coy. He held onto her elbow even as they pulled apart. UConn, huh? Best in the nation. She raised an eyebrow in challenge. I guess we'll see about that, won't we? I can't wait to get to know you better. She slid her hand into his, smiled, and then squeezed it before she walked away, taking a seat on the bench behind him at the same time the announcer began his introduction of the next woman.
Jillian, 29. Salt Lake City, Utah. CEO, Girls Play. Hearing my name announced and running out onto the court brought back some awesome memories, especially of being part of a team. I'm here to find my teammate for life, and Coy Jones is definitely the one. Lucy, 23. Phoenix, Arizona. Model. I watched Coy Jones play at ASU, like, in the arena. This was totally meant to be.
The next woman, Lucy, was much shorter than Jillian. She had her own catch jersey, number 12, tied in a knot over a pencil skirt, but also wore a pair of trendy tennis shoes. Her blonde hair was thick and straight, hitting at least her mid-back. Coy had heard the announcer say she was a model, and it showed in the confidence of her walk toward him. Hi, Coy, she said, throwing her arms around him and holding him for a few seconds longer than Jillian had. When she pulled away, she kept her hands at his waist. I can't believe I get to meet you. Wow. I'm Lucy. I watched you play at ASU when I was in high school. She beamed at him. This is crazy, right? Her wide smile did infect him. She didn't have the irresistible dimples Bellamy did, but her lips were full and grabbed his attention. Made him wonder about kissing her. Go Sun Devils, he said, smiling back. Go Sun Devils. She bounced up on her tiptoes and planted a short kiss on his lips, surprising him, before she smirked and waved as she walked back to the bench. He couldn't help glancing over at Bellamy. She wore wide eyes and bit back a smile. Wow, she mouthed at him and he sucked back laughter. He would not be forgetting Lucy anytime soon, which he supposed was the point. Except the kiss had been so brief, and Coy had been so surprised that he hadn't gotten a chance to take it in. Which, he supposed again, was also the point.
Bristol, 28. Denver, Colorado. Lawyer. I have an amazing case record, and I definitely have a good argument for winning over Coy.
The next woman's introduction was half over before Coy brought himself back to the present, but he at least caught her name, Bristol. She stuck out her hand as she reached him, which completed her all-business aura she was giving off, right down to the tight, black bun on top of her head. She didn't hug him like the others, only held his hand as they spent a few seconds talking about Denver, and then she'd moved on. He shouldn't have, but Coy looked over at Bellamy again. Something about sharing his reaction to Lucy had worked, and now he wanted to know what she thought about Bristol. But he couldn't read her expression. She smiled, but it held reservation. Then she turned away, and Coy had to pay attention to the girls being introduced to him. Charlotte, a NICU nurse from Colorado, Willa, a waitress from Nashville, Cam, an interior designer from New York, and Stella, a teacher from Idaho were all introduced, all of them pretty and nice and not making the kinds of impressions the other women had. But he knew they could change quickly in the course of the day. One of them might prove to be far more interesting. He should have taken notes during all that binge watching. That left only one woman, and Lyra, a writer from Nevada, was being announced. Well, he assumed that was Lyra and not the actual Mountaineer mascot walking toward him right now. He did note that the mascot with an oversized head and swathed in climbing gear wore a catch uniform right before she started running and then did several gymnastic moves that landed her right in front of Coy. The crowd erupted, crazy about the performance, and Coy couldn't help but join in. Costume aside, that had been pretty amazing. The woman pulled off the overlarge mask, revealing a redhead beaming at him. "Hi, I'm Lyra." That was awesome. He couldn't help laughing and clapping some more. She bobbed into a curtsy, wiping some hair out of her face with the too big hand of the Mountaineer mascot before grinning at him again and skipping off to the bench. "Turn and look at the women," Agnes called out, and Coy did a slow turn toward the bench, catching Bellamy's eye one more time as he did so. She held up 10 fingers, her judgment of Lyra's performance. At least Nico would love the grin that Coy cast on the girls as he turned to face them and held up his hands for a round of high fives.
Chapter 4. Charlotte, 28. Fort Collins, Colorado. NICU nurse. I work with babies, so I've seen a lot of sweet things in my life, but Coy Jones tops my list. Bellamy planned on going back to the ranch once the introductions were over, but being caught up in the catch, watching everything she'd been obsessed with for years live, had her approaching Agnes and asking if she could stick around to watch Coy get to know the women that afternoon before he sent 2 home. Since the crew and cast would eat dinner here at the gym tonight, she didn't even have responsibilities back at the ranch. With all the dates and get-togethers the show entailed, the meals would be light, one of the reasons they decided to send Bellamy's mom off on vacation rather than keeping her around to help. Agnes had cast her a smile. "It's fun, right? Better than I even imagined. Just wait. We get to see the best stuff. Sometimes it's far more boring than after we edit it, but sometimes it's way better than we can make it." The women and Coy had all been shuffled off to respective locker rooms while they transformed the gym into a party with a pep rally theme. Bellamy stuck around some of the crew who sat in the bleachers, waiting for them to bring Coy and the women back in. She checked her phone, noticing a message from Nash Roberts. She'd stayed friends with him after his and Roxy's breakup, made easier by the fact that Roxy had spent a lot of time on the road with Tag. "We gotta catch up on He Spies, She Spies, before the new season starts next month." Tonight? The detective show had become their thing when Roxy had first gone on tour with Tag after they'd started dating. It made Bellamy cringe inside as she realized how much of her life lately was taken up by her favorite shows. She sighed as she sent off a text. "It's catch season. You know what that means." Nash's answer was a gif of a man gagging. You guys have so many secret guests lately, I might as well just watch Spies myself. This was the third time this year that Bellamy had to be under radio silence for an exclusive guest. We'll catch up soon. She made sure to tag this with plenty of pleading emojis. The women came out before she got Nash's answer, each of them taking up various positions around the room. Jillian and Bristol grabbed a ball, both shedding their heels to dribble around while they waited. It didn't surprise Bellamy that sweet Charlotte had gravitated toward Lyra, still decked out in her mascot suit. Lyra was the clear oddball for the season, and Charlotte was the sweet one. Agnes was sitting a couple of rows below Bellamy, tapping on her iPad, so Bellamy leaned over. "You're gonna make him keep Lyra or Lucy, right?" she said, voicing a theory she and Roxy were diehard believers in. "For the drama." Agnes' thin lips stretched into a cat-like smile and she gave a short laugh before turning back to her iPad and not answering. Yeah, they were definitely going to make sure one of them stayed. Willa, Lucy, and Stella had all gone for food. Bellamy couldn't help the grin of pleasure when she noticed the guitar case that one of the crew members set next to a sofa. Bellamy had pegged Willa for the one here for a platform, so she would bet that guitar was for her. A crew member brought Coy out, and Bellamy forced herself not to grin like a besotted girl, the same expression on the faces of the 8 women on the court who had stopped their activities and turned toward him. Coy Jones was so off-limits, even if he had turned to her for her opinion after meeting every woman. But his hazel eyes sort of made Bellamy's heart spin, especially when they stopped on her as he walked on, even for a brief moment before he turned his attention to the women hurrying toward him. Lucy beat them all, rushing up to him and hugging him again. Bellamy leaned forward and watched him mingle with them all. She couldn't hear all of their conversations, which was a bummer, but she'd catch up when they aired the season. It would be fun to have seen all the interactions and not just the ones they edited in. When Willa pulled Coy over to the sofa and the guitar for a private conversation, Bellamy blessed the heavens that it was situated close to the bleachers where she sat. She got to lap up the whole thing. "I'm so glad we get to chat for a minute," Willa said, laying her hand on Coy's knee. Bellamy expected what came next, that Coy would lace his fingers through hers. Their connection hadn't been like the way he'd stared after Jillian, or the curiosity with a hint of "let's keep that up" after Lucy's kiss. Really, it hadn't even come close to the electricity bouncing during Bellamy's pre-introduction conversation with Coy, if she was being objective about her analysis. But Willa's wavy blonde hair curled around her shoulders like an old-time movie star, and her green eyes were wide with long, obviously fake lashes. In short, she was gorgeous and Coy kept leaning closer and closer. "Tell me about yourself." He put an arm up on the back of the couch. A glance at the other women showed covert glances shooting that way every few seconds as they all waited a respectable amount of time before they jumped in and stole Coy for themselves. "Would you mind if I did something a little different?" She reached for the guitar, already taken out of the case and resting in a stand next to the couch. "I think this is the best way to show you the real me. I'd love to hear you play." Coy adjusted his sitting position so that he could face Willa, who rested the guitar in her lap. "So, given where we are, I think it's only fitting that I sing this song." Willa strummed a few chords that sounded familiar to Bellamy, and she guessed right away that Willa was using one of Tag's songs. Had that been her choice or the producer's? This was classic. "There's a place where everyone's at Coy's game on Friday night." Oh my. This was better than anything on any season of The Catch that Bellamy had ever seen. Willa was singing Roxy's song. Bellamy snatched her phone out of her pocket, careful that Agnes didn't see her videoing. Roxy and Tag had both signed the non-disclosure agreements the show required, so Bellamy didn't feel too guilty for recording this to show Roxy later. It was literally her song. "And there's a boy I know, who's part of my whole soul," Willa continued, and Bellamy had to put a hand over her mouth to keep from laughing. On the other side of the gym, Bellamy caught Bristol smirking at the couple, the same "you've got to be kidding me" expression that Bellamy likely wore now. Charlotte had her head tilted to one side, the only person in the room other than, maybe Coy, who thought this was oh so sweet. Coy clapped at the end of Willa's serenade, and Charlotte did as well. Bellamy watched over the course of the next couple of hours, enthralled as each girl got their time. She would have given pretty much anything to follow the crew members who took the girls aside for their confessionals, and especially when Coy went to do one of his, but she didn't think she could swing that. At least she got to be there when Lucy confessed to Coy that her heart had stopped the moment she saw him and asked if he believed in love at first sight, because she did. But then she'd had to watch Coy make out with Lucy, so that made it a toss-up about whether it was worth it. She pictured how she would have turned to Roxy if they were watching together. Purely physical. They both would have rolled their eyes and pretended to gag, even if Coy had some pretty sexy moves going on, the way he slipped his arm around Lucy's waist and gently tugged her closer. Bellamy thought she was enjoying the whole thing until the moment the women were ushered back to the locker room and Coy stepped up the bleachers and sat next to Bellamy. That's when she realized how tight she'd been holding her shoulders as they finally relaxed, and the fact that the calming feeling winding through her was relief. Oh dear. Okay, Coy said, leaning back against the bleacher. Give it to me. What? She scooted an inch or so away, even though she hated that. You just watched the whole thing and you're not monetarily invested in any of it, Coy said. Agnes shot him a half-hearted glare, which made Coy laugh. Then the producer got up and crossed the gym to talk to one of the cameramen. Tell me what you think, Coy said. That would be cheating. Bellamy leaned back against the bleachers as well, keeping plenty of space between them so their hands wouldn't brush or anything. Cheating. To give me your unbiased opinion. He tilted toward her, bumping her shoulder. Come on. Coy Jones. Why do you keep calling me by my full name? He didn't write himself after bumping her shoulder, so now they sat all huddled up together. They were practically cuddling. What would Agnes say if she came back and caught them? That's just what we always call you when we're watching your games. Do you not notice that everyone just calls you that? She focused on that explanation instead of how she wouldn't mind adjusting so that Coy could put his arm behind her. It would make this whole situation more comfortable anyway. Yes, I've noticed how game announcers tend to use my full name, but we're friends. He pointed at Bellamy and then back at himself. She burst into laughter. I met you yesterday. I've already given you a nickname, Bells. No one calls me that. She sat up to distract herself from wanting Coy's arm around her. I do. He kept leaning back and she was pretty sure he scooted closer so their legs were touching. Oh boy. So, Bells. He laughed at her scowl. Help me. Coy Jones, she began again, laughing at his scowl. I have seen every single season of The Catch and my fair share of behind-the-scenes stuff as well, and also like every post-catch interview there is. And Roxy and I have never failed to pick the winners. She wouldn't count the year Candance didn't win golf pro Bo West's heart. Roxy had gotten that one right, so technically Bellamy wasn't lying. So, cheating, she reminded him. He sat up and studied her. Okay, now I'm dying to know your pick. So am I, Agnes said, making Bellamy jump. How had Bellamy missed her coming back over? Shouldn't she be hurting the women or stirring up drama or something? Bellamy smiled at both of them. I need to discuss some things with Roxy first. She waved her hand. Besides, these things take time. We usually can pick out the top contenders on the first day, but not the winner. I'm gonna need to see more first. Agnes nodded, then turned to Coy. You gonna be ready to send 2 home in half an hour? He choked. Half an hour. 45 minutes, tops. She gave him an official nod and walked away. He whirled back to Bellamy, real panic in his expression. "See, you have to help me. What if I send someone home who could be it?" Bellamy's heart clenched. Of course she wanted to believe that love was real on the show and not just all scripted stuff, but part of her had always thought, in the back of her mind, that it couldn't be love at the end, could it? Did that sort of thing really happen? "You really do care." It was sweet. And it made her want to puke because if one of these women was the one, it meant she wasn't. Coy pressed his lips together. "I want to take it seriously, even if it is for entertainment. I said yes to Nico on the chance that there'd be a woman here who wasn't in love with the idea of Coy Jones and could just be in love with me. Isn't that exactly why they're all here?" Bellamy pointed out. "To meet you. They don't know who the next catch will be when they sign up. So sure, they'll know it's some athlete, but he might not be famous or anything." He was studying her so close, she had to swallow back nerves bouncing around her stomach. "Or he might be Coy Jones," she said, forcing a smile. "Help me." He put his elbows on his knees and his face in his hands, leaning in too close to her, especially if he wanted her to think clearly. "You saw everything today." She ran through it all in her head. Willa wanted the attention, Bellamy was pretty sure. But she was beautiful and had a good voice, and there was a chance Bellamy was wrong about her. Coy and Jillian had clicked, finding a shared love of basketball, and Coy sounded invested in Jillian's company. Bellamy was pretty sure he wouldn't go far with Lucy, but it made for good kissing and everyone liked that, probably even Coy. She wasn't sure about Bristol. She'd seemed to be analyzing everything the other women did for most of the day, more focused on them than on Coy, if she wasn't with him personally. She had a head for competition. "Keep Charlotte," she said. "She's the sweet one, and everyone wants to have a BFF on the show." "Duh, Bells." Coy laughed at her. "She's definitely a keeper." "I can't advise you beyond that." She gave a shrug, hoping she hadn't shown the pinch of jealousy in her face. Bells. Sweet cream, he had to stop calling her that. "Who's your first instinct to cut?" "Lyra and Cam." He grimaced, and Bellamy caught herself nodding. She grimaced too. "They're fun, but I don't want to lead them on. I like a quirky girl, but I don't think I could handle them. It's not a good fit." Bellamy glanced around her and lowered her voice. "I'm worried they might make you keep Lyra, you know, for the drama." She raised her eyebrows. He smirked. "There's still enough drama here, trust me." "Coy Jones, you don't need me." She accidentally put her hand on his knee, in a completely friendlike, reassuring way. Then she snatched it back. He pressed his lips together again, which was becoming a very distracting habit of his. "The truth is, I need all the help I can get." Chapter 5. Willa, 28. Waitress/singer. Nashville, Tennessee. Way back when Taggart Dubois was just starting, we played the same bar and he told me we would make it. So, coming here to his home, it's like this is all meant to be, you know? Watching Coy pick his team, and letting Lyra and Cam go was so much worse when it wasn't via a TV screen. Bellamy cringed through the whole thing, especially when Lyra started sobbing as she said her goodbyes to Coy. He wrapped his long arms around her and whispered that she would find her perfect someone and that Coy didn't deserve to take up her time when it wasn't right. Lyra sobbed harder. Even Bellamy was on the verge of sobbing a little. The next morning, Bellamy cursed Roxy's remodel for closing off the kitchen. The women were all in the living room, lounging on the couches there while they waited for breakfast, which Bellamy was preparing, and waited for Portia Hampton to show up. The host was on her own over at the AA cabin. Bellamy propped the kitchen door open as she worked, listening and silently commenting on the women's evaluations of the day before. Bristol had declared her and Lucy the obvious top two, and Bellamy would have killed to see the other women's reactions to that statement. Especially since she disagreed. Charlotte was in the top, based a lot on how Coy's expression had softened when he said she was a keeper. Security cameras. She grabbed her laptop from the nearby counter, where she'd been watching one of her favorite online chefs that morning while making the biscuits. She logged into the ranch house's security site, opening up the living room camera in the main screen, watching the women's reactions as she finished cooking up breakfast and silently critiquing their guesses about who would get one-on-one game time with Coy and who would have to settle for team dates, what the show called the group dates. Well, do you agree or disagree? Bellamy jumped at the sound of Coy's voice. Good gravy, Coy Jones. His shoulders shook in silent laughter as he rounded the island. Good gravy. Heat flooded her face at the silly exclamation. I get that from my mom. Her swear words are all food-related. She lowered her voice. What are you doing here? This is definitely cheating. She snapped the laptop shut, then waved a spatula at him before running it around the pan of her fluffy scrambled eggs. I'm supposed to be here, he said, affronted. He leaned back against the island. For breakfast with the ladies. I've seen the itinerary. Not until after Portia comes to tell them who gets the dates. She moved the scrambled eggs off the burner and scooped them into one of her warmers. Coy glanced down at his watch. Portia's not here yet. She was supposed to come down 10 minutes ago. Bellamy rubbed her hands together. Oh, behind-the-scenes secrets. Portia Hampton is high maintenance. Coy took a step closer, looking down at her with contentment written all over his expression. I love the way you smile, Bells. She whirled away, lest he see the color rushing into her cheeks at the soft way he'd said that. Stop your flirting. We've established I am not competing in this show. She kept her back to him as she pushed the peppers, onions, and spinach around in the sauté pan. So, who is getting that coveted one-on-one game? She asked. Right now, it's obviously you. Ha. Ha. She waved the spatula around again. Lucy. Of course. She peeked at him from the corner of her eye. He smirked but raised his hands in a surrender. I felt a connection. Yes, it was your lips pressed against her lips. A giggle rose up in Bellamy. It grew when a laugh burst from Coy. A timer beeped on the oven across the room and Coy straightened, grabbing one of the hot pads from the island. Should I get them? He asked, hand on the handle of the oven. Yes, thank you. She tried not to sigh at the sight of Coy Jones with oven mitts on his hands, not even reaching the top of his hand, pulling biscuits from her oven. Good gravy, Bells. These look like heaven. He laid the pan on the cooling rack on the island. She rolled her eyes but couldn't help laughing at him. She stopped the second Agnes stepped through the kitchen doorway and pinned Coy with a glare. What are you doing here? Agnes asked. I'm supposed to be here. My schedule says Portia is already supposed to have come and gone. He settled himself on a stool at the island, plucking one of the biscuits from the pan and reaching for the butter dish. Sweet cream, he was at home in Bellamy's kitchen. And she loved it. Agnes growled softly. I sent Zane a text. This is when I hate the fact that Nico doesn't allow any of you to have phones. I mean, I get it. But this is maddening that I can't get a hold of you. Zane was still sleeping. Agnes rolled her eyes. Well, I guess, just stay in here then. She turned to Bellamy. Is there a vehicle I can borrow to go see what's going on with Portia? Bellamy pointed to a set of keys hanging up by the kitchen door. There's a side-by-side parked right out by the back door. You know how to get over to the cabin? Yeah, I was there last night. Agnes grabbed the keys and pulled the kitchen door shut behind her. She had likely meant to keep the women from finding out that Coy was hiding out in the kitchen, but closing them off together made Bellamy's skin prickle with nervous energy. So, she pulled the veggies from the burner. What's the group date going to be? Coy raised an eyebrow. Thought you said you'd seen every season of The Catch. Oh, right. Embarrassment pinched her chest, forcing out a breathy laugh. Of course she knew that the first group date, when the most women were still around, meant everyone playing the current Catch's sport. Yeah, a pickup game of basketball. Going back to the gym, then. He nodded. You coming to watch? I have things to do around here. Like my job. And not flirting anymore with Coy and falling for him. Okay, then what tips do you have for my date with Lucy today? She had the urge to punch Coy Jones in the stomach for asking her how to charm Lucy. Bellamy turned away from her cooking to see his eyes dancing with mischief. Of course, Coy thought they were friends. He didn't realize his good looks and sweetness and flirting had made her like him so much. Don't forget to breathe, she muttered. Chapter 6. Lucy, 23. Phoenix, Arizona. Model. I was not surprised when Coy chose me for the alone time. Our souls spoke to each other from the first time we talked yesterday, and the attraction was clearly there. It's so obvious that Coy is falling for me just as hard as I'm falling for him.
Coy would fight anyone who tried to tell him that he hadn't gotten the best location for his season of The Catch. Sure, Kane Wilson had gotten a cute little beach town in Texas, but Coy had gotten Bellamy Hansen, and no amount of dates on the beach would ever make up for that. Especially since she cheated for him and opened back up her laptop to show him the security cameras covering the lobby and kitchen of the ranch house, allowing him to watch how every girl had reacted to Lucy getting the one-on-one game. Cheater, she had whispered to him when he leaned over her laptop, but she hovered right at his shoulder, smelling like biscuits and a flowery orange scent. How many times had he wished that he could write out Bellamy's name on the card for the first date? Yesterday had been a good time with the women, but he'd had more fun in the kitchen with Bellamy, hands down. And they hadn't even made out, even though Coy was dying to kiss her. Agnes brought Portia over 15 minutes later, dropping her off at the front door so the cameras could catch her handing the card over to the women. Lucy had hopped up from the table first, beating Willa, who had started to scoot her chair out. Coy couldn't help smiling at the way Charlotte reached over for Jillian's hand as Lucy opened the card. Lucy had bounced with excitement over hearing her name. I knew it, she gushed. Things felt so right yesterday. He turned his attention away from Lucy, though, studying the reactions of the other girls. Willa flat out glared at Lucy, her mouth in a flabbergasted O. Jillian's eyes had narrowed, and she pinched her lips, but a moment later she forced a smile. Charlotte grinned and congratulated Lucy. Stella, like the night before, sat quietly, her expression looking more like curiosity than anything else. Coy had kept her because he felt like he had things to figure out with her. He couldn't discern any reaction from Bristol, though he might have missed it while watching the others. She had struck him as schooled and careful anyway. You're up, Catch, Bellamy nudged him. He stood from the stool he'd sat on at the island. Wish me luck. Bellamy quirked an eyebrow, but not before he caught her jaw tensing. Good luck. She shrugged, grabbing a pitcher of water to take out to the table. You don't like Lucy, he guessed. He hoped she was jealous. He shouldn't, but he did. He should give this his best shot, but he couldn't pull his thoughts away from Bellamy. It doesn't matter who I like or dislike. You're the one looking for love, Coy Jones. She shrugged and left the kitchen, leaving the door open behind her. It did matter to him who she disliked. Just a couple days in and he trusted her instincts on this. Having her admit that she'd seen every season only served for him to trust her more. She had honed her skills here. But was there a chance Bellamy was as attracted to him as he was to her? He'd caught her blushes, her breathless responses, but it could just be that he was a famous basketball player. And if she was attracted to him, then could he still trust her evaluations of the other women? Maybe not, but he still wanted her opinion. He joined the women out in the dining room, and like with the date invitation, Lucy beat the rest of the woman to him, enveloping him in a hug and making a point to pull his head down toward hers for a quick peck. It would be lying to say that he didn't like the feel of her lips, which were full and soft. Her arms snaked around his neck as she held him close until someone else spoke up from behind her. "You get him all day, Lucy." "Bristol." A glance up showed her smiling, though it didn't reach her eyes, and waiting behind Lucy. "Step aside." She grinned and laughed to soften the direction, but Coy had no doubt she meant to be obeyed. Lucy grinned up at him and moved aside, allowing Bristol to step into his embrace, followed by Willa, Stella, Charlotte, and Jillian. "Best for last," Jillian whispered, lingering over their hug. He had to reach down for her, something that surprised him after hearing she played for UConn, but she had been a point guard. He ended up lifting her slightly off her feet, and she laughed softly against his cheeks. "This smells amazing," Coy announced, taking a place at the middle of the long table. Bellamy glanced up at him before she disappeared down the hall, smirking as the women jockeyed to get a seat near him. Willa took Bristol's tactic of declaring that Lucy had to step aside for the others, taking one seat next to him. Jillian claimed the other, leaving the rest to scatter around the table. He laughed and joked with the women as they finished breakfast. It didn't go unnoticed by him that Bellamy didn't make another appearance, and he had to check himself multiple times to keep from glancing toward the kitchen to look for her. He headed for the back door after the meal, intending to glance in and say goodbye to Bellamy before he left the women to get ready for the day, specifically Lucy, who he'd be picking up in half an hour for their date. But the kitchen was empty. Scowling, Coy glanced back to the dining room, wondering how Bellamy had slipped out without him noticing, unless she'd used the back door. He strode through the mudroom and out to the back porch, but Bellamy was nowhere along it, not even nestled among the outdoor sofas and chairs at the far end. He quelled the disappointment that dropped into his stomach. He had to get his head in the game, and today that meant Lucy got all the attention.
Jillian, 29. Salt Lake City, Utah. CEO, Girls Play. Of course I'm disappointed that I didn't get alone time with Coy, but I'm not worried. We're playing basketball tomorrow, which I'm pretty good at. We have something big in common, and that's a good foundation for our relationship.
The confused expression on Lucy's face, nose scrunched up and eyebrows pinched, was pretty darn cute as she stared at the horse in front of her. "How am I supposed to get in the saddle?" Coy pointed to the mounting block one of the ROC ranch hands had set out. "Use that and put your feet in the stirrups to hoist yourself. Casey here will make sure the horse stays still for you." Coy pointed to the ranch hand standing at the horse's head. Lucy stepped onto the mounting block and put her hands on the saddle but turned to Coy and tilted her head. "I'm still going to need help." He chuckled and stepped forward, putting his hands on her waist to help lift her into the saddle. She pulled on the saddle horn, steadying herself as she swung a leg over and then situated herself. At 6'7", Coy was tall enough for her to lean over and put her hand against his cheek, guiding him closer for a kiss. He leaned up into the kiss, resting his hands on her legs as he took a step nearer. But it didn't help the electric moment that as soon as he pulled away, he caught sight of the cameras. He forced himself not to look over at them. Agnes had drilled that into him nonstop. Make things look natural. Ignore the cameras. "You riding with me?" Lucy asked, patting the back of the saddle. Coy laughed. "Not sure there's room, ma'am," he said. Lucy gave a quick pout but grinned back a moment later. Her blonde hair was pulled into a tight bun on top of her head today, a good choice given the wind that kept gusting up around them. It also displayed her delicate, model features to their advantage: sharp cheekbones, wide blue eyes, and of course the full, heart-shaped lips. He stepped aside and Casey led Lacey's horse forward. Another ranch hand came forward with Coy's. Coy put his hands on the saddle horn and back of the saddle, then lifted one leg into the stirrup. Though it had been years since he'd ridden a horse, he slipped into the saddle smoothly, as though it had been yesterday. Lucy Wolf whistled, and Coy looked up to catch her turned and watching over her shoulder. "I'm good," he murmured to the ranch hand helping him, nudging the horse forward after Lucy. When he came alongside her, she reached out a hand across the space. She had the reins clutched in a bundle in the other hand. It hardly mattered, since Casey led her horse. Coy bit back a smile and adjusted his own reins, reaching over to take her hand. No matter the slow pace, this is what the cameras wanted: romantic horse rides over barren Wyoming landscape. At least the mountains jetted up in the distance. One of his dates included a hike on those mountains and a picnic lunch. He found his mind wandering to thoughts of hiking hand in hand down a forested trail with Bellamy. She probably had hiked her fair share of these trails, and they wouldn't need crewmen or ranch hands to guide them. He shook the thoughts from his head. Lucy. Lucy got his attention today. He wouldn't be a jerk just because he'd found the girl of his dreams a little too soon. Or maybe it was a little too late, considering that if he'd met Bellamy earlier, he never would have agreed to this. "So, you're a natural at this," Lucy commented, squeezing his fingers. "I've ridden a time or two," he said. "I have friends who have a farm back in South Carolina, and I hung out there a lot growing up." The answer to his question was obvious, but he asked anyway. "Have you ever ridden?" She laughed softly. "First time, surprise, surprise." They chatted back and forth on the short ride, nothing momentous, just small talk about Wyoming, his life in Denver, and her modeling jobs. Their ride ended at a cozy love seat set on a wooden platform in the middle of a field of sagebrush. The set designers had piled the couch with pillows, and a big basket stuffed full of snacks sat on the rug in front of it. He slid off of his own horse, then helped Lucy, keeping his hands at her waist, even as Casey led the horses away. Lucy stared up at him, arms wrapped around his neck, and leaning into him. "This is crazy, you know? How right this feels between us." She didn't wait for an answer, instead standing on her tiptoes to press a kiss to his lips. He didn't deny that the pull was magnetic with her, his reactions automatic. He wrapped his arms around her back, pulling her up toward him. She was taller than Jillian, so maybe 5'9" or -10. It was still a several-inch difference, but it felt right. So she was correct about that. Physically, they fit. Eventually they walked over to the couch, hand in hand. Lucy snuggled next to him, and he dove into the questions to get to know her, to sort out the connection he'd felt to Lucy from the first moment they'd met. "What made you decide to sign up for the catch?" he asked. "It's a different way to find love, right?" He let his fingers brush over her bare shoulder. She adjusted her head on his chest so she could turn and look up at him. "I've always been involved in sports and things like that growing up, so the catch seemed like a fun way to get to know someone who was an athlete too." Hope bloomed in his chest. "Oh yeah?" Her toned arms said she stayed in shape, but knowing that she enjoyed things like that spoke to a possible future. It wasn't a requirement for him to have a wife who loved basketball or any sport, but it would make it easier to relate to someone who got that world. His world. "What kind of sports?" She leaned in closer, her face inches from his in an intimate gesture that had his heart racing. It was so strange to sit out on this sofa with her, to kiss her, to feel the spark hopping between them, and at the same time know that same attraction, the same longing had threaded through him back in Bellamy's kitchen every time she moved near him. He'd underestimated how difficult this would be to pursue so many women at one time. "I play on a rec league volleyball team right now." She had lowered her voice since she'd settled so close to him. The statement should not have been as sexy as it was. He lifted a few fingers to brush back tendrils of hair away from her face. The wind that whipped around them every so often made it impossible to keep her hair all tied up. "I've played basketball," she smiled as she closed the distance between their lips and kissed him. "Good," he murmured. And soccer once or twice, she said. But I'm not very good. They kissed again. I'm up, another kiss. For pretty much another. Anything. She shifted at that, moving so that she knelt next to him, putting her hands on his cheeks and bending over him to continue the kissing. The breeze blew her hair across his cheeks. One of the cameras moved in, breaking his concentration. He pulled away, frowning as he caught it out of the corner of his eye, irritated at the idea of thousands, maybe even millions, of people watching this personal moment. But Lucy didn't even notice. She leaned in closer, her arms moving to around his neck now. I can't believe this, she whispered, resting her forehead against his, keeping their lips just a breath apart. You could be my husband. Coy drew in a long breath. He didn't mind her boldness or that she didn't shy away from letting him know how she felt. The truth was, it made things easier. None of them, not Coy or the 6 women who remained, could afford to play games about their feelings. The problem was, Coy couldn't stop counting Bellamy as one of them. Coy, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. Things with Lucy are electric. They're good. The rest of the date contained a little more talking, but mostly a lot of kissing. Coy even kind of forgot about the other women, except that every so often Bellamy's voice would sneak in and remind him that a lot of what he kept calling his connection to Lucy had to do with their lips. He tried to shrug it off. Relationships had to start somewhere.
Chapter 7. You are totally falling for the catch. Bellamy cringed at the sound of Roxy's voice. It felt like it echoed through the phone and off the walls of the kitchen. Sho. I'm in his kitchen. She was trying to hurry through finishing up the roast and potatoes so that she could plate it and disappear as quickly as possible when Coy returned, which, according to the itinerary, could be any minute. He had the weird idea that Bellamy was some kind of dating mentor to guide him through the process. She really did not want to break down and analyze his date with Lucy. She'd spent several hours away from the ranch, in town at Nash's house watching he spies, she spies, and trying to distract herself from what Coy was doing. It hadn't worked very well. Her brain kept piecing together how she'd probably see this date on television in a few weeks. Lots of close-ups of Coy and Lucy making out. Ugh. His kitchen. Roxy retorted. Your kitchen in your house where he is staying, Bellamy corrected. If you make out with Coy Jones on my couch, please don't tell me. Bellamy slammed a wooden spoon down on the counter. I am not going to make out with Coy Jones on your couch. Or at all. That is against the rules, like get someone kicked out against the rules, she hissed at her friend. Remember that girl that started dating a guy from one of the little towns? PSH. That's different, Belle. Bellamy scrunched up her nose and tried not to let Roxy's nickname remind her about Coy's nickname for her. About the way he said he liked her smile. About how he used food swears to tease her. It's not different. What? Are they going to kick Coy Jones out? Roxy snorted with laughter. They'll kick me out. Bellamy crouched down to peer at the roast and veggies, which looked perfectly crisp. She'd ruined the reputation that she and Roxy had spent the last couple years cultivating, that the ranch house was a safe haven for those who wanted to disappear from the bright lights of the world. If she acted like a starry-eyed fangirl, what would that say about how professional she, and by association, the ranch house was? At least you will have gotten to make out with Coy Jones, Roxy said, her tone holding a lot of totally worth it. Why are you getting kicked out? Bellamy screamed at the sound of the voice and dropped to her butt in the middle of the kitchen floor. Coy leaned over her, one eyebrow raised. Cheese curds, Coy Jones, why do you keep doing that to me? Bellamy cried. You made that one up. He held out a hand to help her up off the floor, which she took, but dropped as soon as she had stood, and then she took a step away, knocking her back into the handle of the oven. She didn't, Roxy said as though Coy could hear her, her voice overflowing with laughter. Her mama says that all the time. Who's on the phone? Coy asked. Roxy. She waved him away. I gotta go, she said to Roxy. Roxy made kissing sounds into the phone before Bellamy ended the call. She turned her back on him, pulling on oven mitts to get the roast out. You should knock, she said. At my own house. Roxy's house. Bellamy lifted the pot roast from the pan and set it on a plate to let it rest before she sliced it. This was why Bellamy was intent on convincing Roxy to get going on building private guest houses. It hadn't been a problem, this time, to make arrangements for the catch cast and crew, but in the future, having more than just the one at AA might be necessary. Especially since the AA guest house was pretty basic, no high-end frills that the A-list clientele the ranch house had started to cater to might expect. That I'm staying in. Coy lifted himself to sit on the island, watching her work. Bellamy focused on spooning the vegetables from the pan to a bowl. She had to get out of here before he started talking about Lucy. At least yell through the house or something. Honey, he cried in a half yell, I'm home. She twisted her lips to keep from laughing at him. So, tell me about Roxy, he said as she pulled a plate close and started arranging vegetables on it. She glanced at him over her shoulder. Why? I'm staying in her house, he said. It would be cool to learn about my absent host and your best friend. Right? She's your best friend. Yes. Bellamy chewed on her lip as she scooped out more vegetables. Well, she grew up here on the ranch, turned her family home into a bed and breakfast about 5 years ago. Married to Tag Turner. Who? Taggart Dubois. That's a stage name. Tabloids say she's pregnant. Bellamy had to laugh. They've been saying that since about an hour after they got married. She should let the meat rest longer. Her mama had taught her better, but Bellamy had to get out of here. She busied herself with slicing the tender roast. Well? Coy slid off the island and came toward her, leaning against the counter next to her. It put him way too close to her for comfort. She gave him a nod and then put her finger to her lips. She laid the newly cut slices of meat on the plate, and then sliced a few more pieces of roast for Zane, whenever he showed up. You going to eat with me? Coy asked, picking up the plate of his food. No, she had to laugh. I don't think I'm supposed to do that. She turned away again, hoping to hide the way heat rose in her cheeks along with an image of kissing Coy on the pretty white sectional in the living room. Why not? Bellamy had to turn back to him, especially since his voice held a lot of challenge rather than curiosity. How many times do I have to explain that I'm not one of your women, she teased. And even if I were, I wouldn't be allowed unauthorized one-on-one time with you. Coy set his plate back down and took another step toward her. Gunnar and May snuck out all the time, he said. Bellamy smiled. Watching Gunnar Bent fall for May Charles had been one of the sweeter parts of that season. Everyone, except the other women there, had loved the ways they snuck around, trying to see each other. It was sweetly forbidden, and it made them real. Your food is getting cold, Coy Jones. She pointed to his plate. Her voice had gone soft. She swallowed back the nerves at Coy's unrelenting gaze. Come eat with me. He snaked an arm out toward her, taking her hand in his. She should pull away, think about Lucy, and Jillian and Charlotte and Willa and all the women less than a quarter mile away, talking about how they were all half in love with Coy Jones already. But she didn't care that less than an hour before Coy had probably been kissing Lucy because right now his brown eyes held hers in a way that had her breathing unevenly. I can't. Zane's in town. I think he might have met someone. Coy wiggled his eyebrows and used their enjoined hands to tug her closer. Are you going to make me eat alone? She slowly slid her hand away and stepped back. I can't, Coy Jones, she insisted. She took another step back. Coy's eyes followed every step. She opened up a cupboard and pointed out some plastic storage containers. Put the food away when you're done. She hurried out of the kitchen after that, not waiting for his answer. The intense way he'd gazed at her, the thread she'd felt pulling them closer, she had to escape this feeling before she gave in and kissed Coy Jones in Roxy's kitchen. Then in her living room. And probably on her couch. See you tomorrow, she called in a cheerful voice, waving over her shoulder as she rushed out the front door and to the side-by-side before Coy caught up with her. When she pulled up to the gravel drive outside the back door of the ranch house, she caught a glimpse of the women sitting around the couches in the living room and even a couple at the table, snacking on the dinner leftovers. She wasn't ready to go in and hear what they had to say about Coy, specifically what Lucy was saying about Coy, even if it would only take her a couple of seconds to dash in and up the back stairs to her apartment on the 3rd floor. She pulled out her phone and texted Roxy instead. I'm really afraid I want to make out with Coy Jones on your couch.
Chapter 8. Coy Jones, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. Honestly, I didn't expect to feel this way so soon. I'm already falling for some of the women here. The fact that breakfast arrived via one of the ranch house employees didn't surprise Coy. The night before, he'd been dangerously close to reeling Bellamy next to him and holding her there in that kitchen. Just staring at her had held more, everything than the entire time he'd spent with Lucy. He cut off a piece of the strawberries and cream-filled crepe and clenched his fists. It was good. Everything about Bellamy was good. So much more than good. And she was pretty much off limits. Why didn't you sign up for the catch, Bellamy? He cut off another bite. Gonna be any of that left for me? Zane pulled on a maroon Sun Devils t-shirt as he appeared from the hallway. Coy glanced inside the styrofoam container. Several more crepes were stacked in there, but he didn't want to share, even though he shouldn't eat them all. It would make him sick, but irrationally, this was all he had of Bellamy right now. He wanted to keep it to himself. Zane dropped into a chair across from him, steepling his fingers and leaning forward, studying the way Coy kept the container right next to his plate. What's up? One eyebrow rose as he met Coy's gaze. Coy shrugged and pushed the container toward him. Nothing. Zane narrowed his eyes and didn't touch the crepes. You having second thoughts about all of this? He sat back in his chair. Coy shrugged again. Nope. Zane finally looked at the container and studied the crepes for a long time. Bellamy, he asked. Zane had known Coy since freshman year at ASU, when they'd been roommates, and trying to deny anything wouldn't do any good. He shrugged for a third time. She's cute. Those dimples. Zane chuckled and stood to get a plate. You gonna tell Agnes? He sat down and lifted 2 crepes out. Tell Agnes what? Coy grinned, letting several moments pass in silence as they ate before he asked, Who's the girl? Zane only grinned back, mouth full. These are good. Garrett Griffin. Center, Denver Mountaineers. Coy plays fiercely, and I expect he'll put the same effort into finding love here. The catch brought in Coy's teammate Garrett Griffin to round out the teams for the team date. He managed to get Jillian on his team, which meant they beat Coy's team. Neither Charlotte nor Willow were athletes in any sense of the word. Coy wondered if Bellamy could play basketball. Garrett was whisked away after giving each of the women game advice, and the date progressed to a small diner in town, rented out so the cast could enjoy the rest of the date and the crew could work unhampered by fans. Corner booth, please, Jillian said shortly after they'd arrived, taking Coy's hand in hers. He liked the way she made sure they got alone time. He forced himself to get into the process, maybe try and shake whatever pull Bellamy had on him. He'd committed to the show, to the possibility of love with one of the 8 women that the catch had introduced him to. He'd signed a contract, and that meant keeping a promise to Nico and Agnes and the rest of the crew. It would make for a fun scandal if he ran off with Bellamy, but for a short show and no paychecks for people who weren't raking in the big bucks thanks to the show's popularity. He had to put his best into this, even in the moments it didn't feel like his heart was in it. Jillian kissed him before she got up to leave the booth after they spent 20 minutes together. In the weeks that he binged several seasons worth of The Catch, he could never quite make up his mind about what he thought of the men who starred in it kissing several women at a time. He accepted it as inevitable for himself and spent some time convincing himself that he was dating just like any other guy. Except that instead of spreading out the relationships with 8 women, he dated them all at once. Efficient, really. No one would judge him for having 4 to 6 different girlfriends before he settled down with one. In fact, most people would expect him to date even more than that. There was a different kind of insistency behind Jillian's short, light kiss, not the same electric pull of Lucy's. Jillian's soft touch held expectation, not desire, a promise rather than a demand. He wasn't sure what to make of the fact that it was a relief that she didn't insist on deepening the kiss. Maybe later, when they had a chance to be alone. Expressing his affection in front of the cameras was hard enough. Shoving it in the face of all the other girls made him queasy. Bristol came next, even if Coy wished, for a brief moment, if he could ask Agnes for 10 minutes of solitude to finish his burger. Conversation with Bristol didn't flow as easily as with Jillian or Lucy or Bellamy, especially considering Bristol's insistence that he have a plan for after basketball. He'd invested well, and he didn't have to have a backup plan immediately, even if he injured himself the first day of the season. He didn't have to have one ever, actually. Her pressure made him uncomfortable. But he didn't dismiss her either. One of his best relationships in college had started out stilted and sometimes difficult, but Ellie had persisted and there'd been enough of a spark that Coy pushed through it. He knew better than to discount something good because of a few awkward moments. Willa and Charlotte both took turns as well. Charlotte made his night by offering to sit quietly and eat her meal next to him just so he'd have a few minutes to finish his food. The sweet one. That's what Bellamy had called her. Coy agreed. They ended up praising the food and then chatting for several minutes about Charlotte's time as a waitress while she was in nursing school and how the fact that her apartment was 4 miles from the school and that she didn't have a car saved her from gaining 50 pounds thanks to the delicious fries at the restaurant where she worked. Stella didn't press for alone time, which confused Coy. She sat next to him when he joined the table full of all the women, and they had a few minutes to talk, mostly about how close to her hometown in Idaho she was, less than a day's drive, and yet she still felt so far away considering the isolation of Little River and the Arrow Sea and the communication restraints of the show. Coy had agreed with her assessment, but Bristol and then Willa turned the conversation to other topics while they all finished dinner. He wasn't sure how to figure Stella out. Should he try harder and dig more? See if she opened up? Or did he let her go without guilt and remind himself that she hadn't made a lot of effort? He hated this part. Before the show started, Gunnar Bent had advised him to trust himself when it came to reading the women. There will be women here just for the screen time, you have to accept that. But you should trust yourself and what you feel. After dinner, they walked around the small town in the warm evening, laughing and enjoying the quietness. But by the time the SUV pulled up to the ranch house, Coy was ready for some alone time to reflect on the date and the women. He and Zane watched the women walk down the stone path to the front porch and the door of the ranch house before Zane pulled away to head down the road. If Coy had been driving himself, he might have just snuck around until he found Bellamy. Good thing he had Zane to keep his head on straight, though the reasons for not giving in to his attraction to Bellamy kept getting fuzzier and fuzzier. He had come to Little River to find love. He just might have found it in an unexpected place. Any idea who you're cutting tomorrow? Zane asked, turning to glance at Coy, who had hopped into the passenger seat after hugging all the women goodbye in front of the ranch house. Zane turned the corner around the mansion to head down the dirt road to Roxy's house. Coy didn't even know the woman, but that's how he'd come to think of his lodgings thanks to his friendship with Bellamy. Nope. Coy grimaced. Stella is so quiet. I wish I could have gotten a moment to figure her out. Which ones do you want to keep? No thinking. Zane had used the same tactic back in college when they tried to decide things. Give me the pros, no thinking first. He'd forced Coy to say whatever was on his mind. Lucy. Then his cheeks lit on fire. Zane burst into laughter. Things went good with you guys yesterday. Coy nodded. The physical attraction is definitely there. Now we just need to have a conversation. Zane laughed again. Okay, next. Charlotte. Obviously. I like her. Did you notice the way she sat in back with Stella and brought her into all the conversations? Coy had. She's so kind. I like that. Jillian, he added next. His best friend nodded in agreement. And who else? Zane pulled into the driveway. Willa. Maybe. Bristol? Maybe. Stella? He didn't know. He didn't know her. That's where things get tricky. He pushed open his door the same time Zane did, and they headed for the house in silence. Coy paused when they reached the steps. No thinking, who would you pick for me? Bellamy. Then Zane turned and gave Coy a mischievous grin. Very helpful, man. But a trickle of warmth slid through Coy, flowing around his chest and into his heart, urging him to use the warm summer night to walk back to the ranch house and get to know her better. I'm not completely joking. Zane's expression turned contemplative and he stuck his hands in his pockets and leaned against the side of the house that stuck out around the porch. There's a look on your face when I mention her or when she's just been around. I know you have obligations to all of this, but don't dismiss her. You might regret it. Coy sat down in the swing. And what about my obligations here? My contract? Take it from someone who knows your contract inside and out. It doesn't say anywhere that you're obligated to marry one of those women. Zane pointed back up the road. It says you have to stay here for 6 weeks and date those women. All of which you could do while also investigating further your feelings for Bellamy. Yeah, Coy sat back and ran his hands through his hair. He shook his head. He just wished he could have more time to investigate those feelings with Bellamy, but she kept backing away, worried, maybe like him, about what he was supposed to be doing here. So how did he convince her to take a leap with him?
Chapter 9. Willa, 28. Waitress. Nashville, Tennessee. This place is just so magical. I've never been so inspired. I hope I get to stay for a very, very long time. Agnes had gone over to Portia's cabin to spend the evening, probably to make sure the host didn't spend half the night at the Wildflower Saloon, which was rumored to be the reason she'd been so late bringing over the date cards that morning. Agnes had asked Bellamy to keep an eye on things, which Bellamy could have done from her apartment upstairs. But she chose to believe that Agnes literally wanted her to keep an eye on the women, so she camped out in her office, shamelessly listening in on the conversations about how the first team date had gone. Willa strummed on and off on her guitar, pausing to scribble on paper, a sound that was very familiar to Bellamy having been living so near to Tag the last couple of years. Sometimes, when he was on a songwriting binge, Roxy would come down to the ranch house for company. Tag could get so lost in his own world, it left her lonely. He, however, couldn't stay away for long, and he'd bring his songwriting and guitar playing down to the ranch house, doing his work from the living room while she and Roxy chatted at the dining room table or something. That sounds really good. Charlotte's voice interrupted Willa's latest batch of scribbling, and Bellamy looked up from her phone to see that Charlotte had moved to a chair next to the sofa Willa had spread out on. Thanks. Willa strummed softer, but she turned toward Charlotte. There's just something so inspiring about being here. Maybe it's Taggart Dubois, she chuckled to herself and then went on. Or maybe it's love, right? Charlotte slumped down in the chair, lifting her feet to rest on a big, square footstool nearby. Must be love. She gave a smile and a sigh. Bellamy wasn't so sure about Willa. She narrowed her eyes at the woman and then turned her attention back to her phone. It wasn't the first time Willa had talked about walking in Taggart Dubois' footsteps or feeling the magic of his roots here. She suspected more and more that Willa was here to use the connection to Little River and the platform of the show to launch herself up next to the great Taggart Dubois. Willa laughed at Charlotte's declaration that it must be love and went on singing for a few more minutes before she quieted again. Whatever happens tomorrow, I have no regrets. As long as I let Coy know how I feel, everything will have been worth it. Bellamy huffed quietly. If she were helping Coy analyze what to do with these women, she'd share her suspicions about Willa's motives. Her attention, however, was pulled by a notification from Instagram that the official Ranch House account had been tagged. Bellamy hired out the social media stuff to a local college student, but she still kept a close eye on the feeds. This tag was a picture that had to have been taken within the last day or so. Jillian, Charlotte, Bristol, Willa, and Stella were lined up in front of the porch at the ranch house smiling, their arms around each other. Bellamy glanced at the account that had posted it, not recognizing the name of the man, Jackson Palmer, right off. She'd have to double-check that he wasn't one of the cameramen or crew that the show had brought along. Not that it mattered. Posting this would tip off people that Cam and Lyra had left first. The show had a 3 to 4 week lag, Nico had explained, when he'd gone over the non-disclosure statements with the employees at the ranches and the ranch house. It was shorter than a lot of similar shows, but with the smaller number of women and the shorter breaks they took each week after the dates, they could produce quickly. The first episode would air while Coy still had 2 weeks left in filming. It also allowed them to do a live final draft ceremony. Bellamy looked over the status posted with the picture, scowling even more. Missing my best friend winking face, hope she's having a blast at the Arrow Sea Ranch House. I'm so jealous. What was with the winking emoji? Bellamy clicked onto the man's profile, figuring out the wink right away. Multiple pictures of the man with Stella explained a lot, although none of them were technically damning. None of the statuses explained anything, but the cozy way the two looked in them said enough. Bellamy snapped a screenshot of the status but hesitated before sending it to Agnes or Nico. The way Stella had always tried to fade into the background said there was more to the story. Bellamy stood, rounding her desk and going to the door. Stella wasn't in the living room with the other girls, so Bellamy headed for the stairs. A cameraman sat on one of the steps, ready to follow anyone upstairs, so Bellamy backtracked and took the back stairs next to the kitchen, coming to the open door of Stella's room without alerting the wolves. She tapped on the open door, making Stella look up from where she read a book on one of the chairs in the room. She frowned at Bellamy. What's going on? Bellamy held up her phone to show Stella the picture. Can we talk? Stella covered her mouth with one hand, then waved Bellamy in. Glancing around to the hallway, she shut the door quietly, hopefully keeping their private talk just that. Oh my gosh, she murmured, stalking across the room and slumping back into her chair by the window. This room had a queen bed on one side and a set of bunk beds on the other. Willa had claimed the queen, clothes Bellamy recognized as hers spilling out of the bag on top of it. How did your boyfriend get this picture? Bellamy crossed the room to sit on the edge of the other chair, low, fluffy things designed for pure relaxation. Stella didn't lift her head from where she'd rested it in her hands, elbows on her knees. Zane said he'd send it to our phones. None of us have them, of course, but for when we left. Mine also sends messages to my computer, which Jackson must be using. Are you going to tell Coy? Yes. Bellamy couldn't help the automatic answer. Coy had already mentioned how he felt like Stella was a mystery he wanted to solve. He didn't deserve keeping her around only to find this out later. Bellamy twisted her fingers together. She hoped part of that quick answer didn't come from the feeling of relief she got whenever she could count out one of the women as wrong for Coy and Agnes. But not before you tell me the whole story. Stella took a deep breath and sat up, turning to face Bellamy. She was pretty, more average than the other girls, if Bellamy was being honest, but still beautiful in a girl-next-door kind of way that Bellamy could picture with Coy. Straight, dark blonde hair that dusted across the tops of her shoulders in a petite, curvy figure. She wore glasses right now, though it was the first time Bellamy had seen her wear them, except for the pictures she'd spied on Jackson's account. I wasn't dating Jackson when I signed up for the catch. I've known him forever, and had a crush on him, to be honest, but he'd never noticed me. We'd only gone out a few times when the producers offered me a spot, and I didn't think it was going anywhere. But then it did, and Jackson thought I should come anyway. That it was once in a lifetime, just to hang out and experience all of this in person. Bellamy couldn't fault the girl that. She'd been doing the same thing. Jackson planned how I would just make sure I didn't try to win Coy's attention, just be nice and friendly so I could stay a couple weeks. I didn't want to, but he thought it was so cool. She gave a sigh and fell back against the chair. I just didn't want to disappoint him. You want to go home? Bellamy reached over to take Stella's hand and squeeze it. Since that first day. Stella's voice came out thick. Coy Jones isn't arrogant or full of himself the way Jackson thought he would be. You've seen Coy play and how he kinda struts on the court. Bellamy laughed, earning a watery smile. She nodded. He is like that. He doesn't deserve this. No, he doesn't. Bellamy scooted over to wrap her arms around Stella. The woman fell into her, breathing deeply. But you weren't trying to be mean. I know some people. We can get you out of here, then I can tell Agnes. Stella sat back. Really? She held on to Bellamy's hands, squeezing them. They'll lap the drama up. Stella, 24. Teacher. Montpelier, Idaho. I never wanted to hurt Coy. He is such a great guy, and whoever he chooses is going to be so lucky. I've watched him give all his attention to whoever he's with, making sure they have all of his heart for that moment. He deserves someone who feels that way about him, who wants to give him all of her heart, always. One of the cameramen owed Bellamy a favor, so she convinced him to film a confessional. Agnes really would kill her if she didn't get at least that, and to not tell anyone about it until Bellamy had spirited Stella away, down the back stairs and into Nash's Jeep so he could drive Stella to the airport in Casper. Once Stella texted her from Nash's phone that they were on the freeway headed south, Bellamy sent a text off to Agnes. And then she set off for Roxy's house to tell Coy.
Chapter 10. Coy opened the door to find Bellamy standing there. I knew you couldn't stay away. I need to talk to you. She moved to go inside, but Coy stepped in the way, holding out a hand toward the porch swing. I've been wanting to give this a try. And you showing up is convenient, because I wanted to talk to you too. I have to cut 2 girls tomorrow night and I have no idea who. I mean, I have some idea. 1. Bellamy perched on the porch swing, watching as Coy took a seat on the other end. Stella just left. Coy automatically scooted closer. What? She pulled out her phone, leaning toward him as she tapped a few icons and then flicked through her Instagram feed. His leg rested against hers, but she didn't seem to notice as she searched for whatever she was looking for. Coy bent over her, slipping an arm over the back of the swing. Here. She turned suddenly, coming nose to nose with him since she hadn't given him enough warning to pull his head back. Which, he wasn't sure he would have even if she had given him warning. Oh, she breathed and didn't move. Coy did, but only to lift his hand to trace his thumb along her jawline and then to dip his head closer to hers. He had called it. This porch swing had made for the perfect shot, and luckily for Coy, there weren't any cameras in sight. "Stella has a boyfriend," she whispered. "Well, that's unfortunate," he whispered back. Mystery solved. And he found himself not even a tiny bit disappointed. If every single girl back at the ranch house packed up and drove off tonight, he would find a way to get through. Likely by taking Bellamy into Roxy's living room and locking out Agnes, Nico, Zane, and every single cameraman on this ranch. "Stop," she said softly, gripping his shoulders. Coy opened his eyes to find her still closing hers, head tipped, everything except her words saying she was ready for him to kiss her. "I would rather not." "Coy." The way she groaned his name, probably meant to express her irritation that he wasn't listening to her, did not help. He pulled in a long breath. "Okay, Bells. If you say so." But he didn't move away. Neither did she. He was getting mixed signals. "How many women have you kissed so far?" she asked, opening her eyes, staring up at him and blinking slowly. She pressed her lips together. Coy ran his thumb softly along them. "Enough that you've already lost count," she said. "No. You caught me off guard." "I wasn't expecting that question," he said. 3. Her eyebrows shot up. "That's it?" He chuckled and leaned his forehead against hers. "That's it. Are you disappointed? We could make it 4. "No, I'm not disappointed in that, Coy Jones." She settled her arms around his neck, holding him close. She smiled, near enough that it would take only a few centimeters of movement to reach her lips, and he struggled to respect her request. Magnets pulled him stronger than anything that buzzed between him and Lucy. Bellamy turned serious. "But don't kiss me until I'm the only one you want to kiss. You still have to do this dating thing, and I don't know if you've just never actually gotten it that I'm not competing here. You could still fall for those other girls." Zane's words, the ones he'd used to convince Coy not to discount a moment like this, returned to back up her argument. "You have to stay here for 6 weeks and date those women." Coy put an arm behind her back and pulled her closer, even if he wasn't going to kiss her. This was one of those moments he was going to trust how he felt and let it lead him forward. "It's time you started competing."
Portia Hampton. The biggest twist in catch history. I promise, you didn't see this coming. Bellamy found herself back in her office the next morning, but not to catch up on any of her work. Instead, the doors were shut tightly, the other women in the house confined to their rooms with crewmen standing at the stairs to make sure no one overheard their conversation. Nico Fox sat behind her desk, Agnes sat in the chair next to Bellamy. Coy and Zane stood behind Bellamy, and Portia sat in another chair along the wall. "You sure you want to do this?" Agnes asked, the lines around her eyes pinching. "She has to do this," Nico interjected. He didn't look displeased, Bellamy thought. When Agnes had brought him in earlier and explained the situation, he'd looked shocked. Then his eyes started dancing in a way that told Bellamy he could appreciate the story there, the uniqueness. Probably the same way he'd reacted when he found out that Gunnar and May had been sneaking around for most of the season. It all fed the hype. The whole "no publicity was bad publicity" thing. "No, I don't want to," Bellamy said to Agnes. No way would she let Nico railroad her into a decision. Behind her, Coy sucked in a breath, but he didn't say anything. It had taken him almost an hour the night before to convince her to come with him to Agnes and make things official. "But I want to get to know Coy better. This seems like the right way, as crazy as that is, thanks to the show." Coy's hand landed on her shoulder, squeezing lightly before he let go. "And what about our other arrangements?" Agnes went on. Though she was talking to Bellamy, she turned to Nico. "She can't participate in the dates and do all the cooking and managing of the ranch house. My mom has agreed to come back," Bellamy explained. She laughed as she thought of the sigh of relief her mother had given over the phone about getting to give up the cruise. "It's too cold," she'd said, a hush to her voice. "I'll offer your brother my spot. They'll have way more fun." "She's the regular cook during the summer," Bellamy went on. "When things are too busy for me to handle everything." She signed all the non-disclosure statements too. The Catch had requested all of their staff do so, even the seasonal ones. They didn't want word slipping out too soon that the Catch planned to film at the ranch house. She can handle any management issues as well, if she needs to, until Roxy comes back in a couple weeks. She also agreed to return sooner than she planned. Agnes chewed on her bottom lip and then a smile broke loose as she turned to Nico once more. "It's a great story," she admitted. "Better than even Gunnar and May." Nico beamed at Agnes, then Bellamy. "Coy told me how he fell for her the moment he walked through the front door. It's beautiful." Though heat swept through her cheeks, Bellamy couldn't help smiling as well. This was all crazy. She was going to compete for Coy. On the Catch. She'd called Roxy the night before from her front yard, banishing Coy into the house while she discussed his crazy idea with her best friend. "I can't believe I'm putting my heart out there, like all those girls do every season, on the chance that he might choose me," she'd said. Roxy had scoffed. "He's gonna choose you. He likes Lucy and Charlotte and probably Jillian, too. I've seen him with them. You know how this goes, Rox. We've watched it so many times. This is crazy." "Then don't do it," Roxy had said. "That would be crazy too."
Coy Jones, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. "There's been a spark between me and Bellamy since the first moment I met her. I wish Stella all the best, but when she left, it seemed like the universe telling me that it wasn't an accident I met Bellamy first."
The fanciest dress Bellamy owned was the one she'd worn to Roxy's wedding. It was a summer wedding, so the dress was white with a red, yellow, and gray floral pattern, in a flowing, boho style. To Bellamy, it looked like exactly what it was, a bridesmaid dress, not a sophisticated cocktail dress like she imagined the other women were wearing tonight. She didn't actually know yet. She hadn't seen any of them since the meeting that morning. For the maximum impact, Nico and Agnes didn't want them to know why Stella had left or that Bellamy was joining the cast. Zane was going to drive Bellamy over to the gym in a mysterious, dark SUV instead of her riding with the rest of the women. She stared in her mirror one last time. Agnes had brought the hair and makeup women up, and they'd made Bellamy's shoulder-length hair look elegant and dramatic by doing a deep side part in glamorous, movie star waves. She did a spin in her dress. She looked pretty, nicer than even at Roxy's wedding. But she didn't compare to how she always saw the women of the Catch dressed. Agnes promised they'd bring in more dresses for her for the following weeks. Bellamy had joked that they might only need this one. "We might," Agnes had admitted. But then she'd winked and left the room. A tap at her door interrupted Bellamy's mirror staring, so she took a deep breath and walked over. "We've got the all clear," Zane said when she opened it. "This is crazy." Bellamy put a hand on her stomach and shook her head. Butterflies had erupted in full force at seeing Zane at the door. At this crackpot idea actually being real. What had she let Coy talk her into? She should have just made out with him the night before and then convinced him to run off with her and forget about his Catch contract. Zane offered his arm. "I'm pretty sure Coy will fire me if I don't deliver you tonight, so let's go." She took another deep breath, nodded, and slipped her arm through. The butterflies in her stomach last night when Coy had held her so close said all this was worth it. Coy was worth it. Plus, she was like a Catch superfan. She should be lapping this experience up. But losing seemed a lot less trivial than when Gunnar had sent Sybil home in favor of May on the live finale the season before. Let's go. Chapter 11. Charlotte, 28. Fort Collins, Colorado. NICU nurse. It's scary because going into tonight, Coy and I have had so little time together. I'm worried about what that means for us. Having Stella leave scares me all the more. I'm friends with these women. I'm not ready to go home.
Nerves bounced around in Coy's stomach. He still hadn't decided on who to cut, and on top of that, Bellamy would be here tonight. Completely inside this world for the first time. It was the only way to move their relationship forward the way he wanted, but he couldn't help but regret that he couldn't sneak off to strategize with her anymore. Well, he could always take a page out of Gunnar's book. If Coy had his phone, he'd text Gunnar and ask him how he'd handled this. He didn't really know the baseball player before he'd agreed to do the catch, but they chatted a lot since then, becoming friends. Agnes stood next to him, tapping away at an iPad. "Are you bringing in any of the past catches for advice?" he asked. "Gunnar," she said, without looking up. "You guys seemed to hit it off when we introduced you last summer." "When?" "Week 5. The advice goes over better the closer you are to choosing the final pick." She glanced up at him, her eyebrows pinching. "Why? Can we move him up?" "I need advice sooner," he said. Agnes gave a knowing nod. "I'm finding my situation is similar to Gunnar's in some ways. We can do a call, video or something. That will make the advice later even better." She gave him a pat on the arm. "I'll get something arranged." She walked away, stopping to give some instructions to one of the production's assistants, and then called out, "Okay, everyone, let's get set." Coy swallowed as he made his way to the mark in front of the bleachers where he would make his team picks. A few minutes later, a production assistant led Jillian, Bristol, Lucy, Charlotte, and Willa to their marks in a half circle. He got waves and smiles from all of them. Lucy blew him a kiss, which made some of the tension in him melt. He had one sure pick. Their chemistry on their date said so. But his mind swirled with all the other options. He was pulled to Bellamy every time he was around her, but they had just met. In a normal situation they'd take several dates, get to know each other, all of the usual before he committed himself to a relationship with her. He and Bellamy definitely had a spark, as well as friendship, but the fact was that he did have to date these girls for the next few weeks, and none of them deserved for him to make a show of it until he could date only Bellamy. And what if it didn't work out with her? He would have passed up the opportunity with one of these other women for something that fizzled out. He recognized those thoughts were probably just nerves, but he couldn't dismiss them. The director gave the signal that they were filming, and the cameraman began taking shots of the women fidgeting and avoiding eye contact with each other as they waited. Portia stepped to Coy's side, and the women turned their attention to her. "As you can all see, Stella is no longer here. She left the ranch house last night. That does mean that Coy will only cut one woman from his team," Portia said, her gaze stopping on each of the women in turn. Someone gave a small gasp, maybe of relief, but Coy couldn't tell who. Quiet murmurs rippled through the group as they digested the news. But Portia held up a hand and the women fell silent. "We have a twist to rival any catch season yet." She gestured to the doors of the gym, which were being opened by unseen crew members on the other side. Bellamy stepped through, smiling widely at Coy, and began walking toward them. "Coy has asked that another woman be added to the competition," Portia finished. Whispers rushed through the women waiting, but Coy didn't take his eyes away from Bellamy to see the reaction of the others. Bellamy gripped one side of her rippling dress, fingers clenched. Her eyes danced with nerves, but it didn't show in the rest of her expression, not in the confident strides she took to join the women or in the way her gaze didn't leave Coy's. She was gorgeous. He'd only ever seen her in jeans and hoodies, and many of the times her shoulder-length brown hair had been pulled back into a ponytail or hanging straight down. "Wow," he mouthed at her, and his heart skipped as her smile widened. "Ladies." Portia smiled at all of them and then turned to Coy. Coy, it's time to pick your team. She took several steps back. Coy turned to the basket beside him, filled with this week's team gear. Last week had been a small basketball. This week's was a retro-looking Letterman jacket with the catch embroidered on the back and Coy's team scrolled across the left front. He picked one out. His first choice was obvious. Bellamy. She grinned again as she walked toward him. Phew. I was worried for a second there, she teased in a quiet voice. Welcome to the team, he whispered back, leaning over to kiss her cheek. She pulled the jacket on over her pretty dress, which made Coy chuckle, then she went and sat on the bench behind him. Coy turned back to the basket, reaching for another jacket, gripping it in his hands. Lucy. She was already coming forward as soon as he started her name. She took his cheeks in her hands, pulling him down for a kiss before accepting the jacket. Thank you, she said, putting it on over her shimmering pink dress the way Bellamy had and walking over to sit next to Bellamy. One glance showed that Bellamy's smile had stiffened, but she still cast it on Lucy as the woman sat down next to her. Coy reached for another jacket. Charlotte. Her mouth dropped open for a moment before she smiled and hurried forward. Oh, thank you, she breathed, putting her arms around his shoulders and pulling him into a quick hug. He squeezed her back before she also retreated to the bench. He noted that Bellamy's smile had eased when she watched Charlotte. Charlotte was difficult not to like. Jillian. Her jaw relaxed when Coy said her name, making him realize how worried she had appeared as she stood there. She walked forward. Thanks. She took his hands in hers, and he felt compelled to reassure her that he wanted to get to know her better. He brought one hand up to his lips and kissed it. She held her jacket in her arms as she went to the bench, which Coy didn't know what to make of. He pulled out the last jacket, looking at the gym floor before he made his final decision. He had gone back and forth all day in deciding what to do. Just because he and Bristol had a few awkward moments didn't mean their relationship was doomed. They'd likely get over that on a one-on-one date, he thought. Her too intense interest in his plans after basketball made him second-guess, though. Was she here to get to know someone? To fall in love? Or had she come on the catch to meet someone famous? It was so hard to tell, to trust what Gunnar had said and trust himself. But Willa. Coy knew already that a spark lit the beginnings of their time. She seemed a safer bet. So, could he trust himself with that decision? He swallowed and looked up, his gaze bouncing between the two women, uncomfortable and holding either one's eye too long. Bristol stood elegantly unconcerned, the one-shoulder, bright blue gown she wore draping to the floor in a perfect puddle of fabric. She had her hands clasped in front of her, but loosely, like that was the most comfortable thing to do with them, not that she was nervous about what Coy would say next. Willa swayed slightly, a habit he'd noted early on. No doubt music always played through that girl's head. She pinched her lips together then relaxed, taking a deep breath. He closed his eyes, hoping he wasn't making a mistake. He'd had so little time with these women. How could he make a decision about his future with them so soon? Willa. Oh, she cried softly before bouncing forward. She took the jacket and threw her arms around him. I was so worried, she whispered. She gave him a smile as she pulled away and then hurried over to the bench, only throwing on her jacket after she'd glanced down the row. She didn't put her arms through, letting it dangle off the back of her shoulders. He walked a few steps to Bristol, reaching for one of her hands. She smiled tightly. Good luck. Thanks, Bristol. She nodded and tugged her hand from his, turning to walk out the gym doors, cameras following her graceful march out of the gym. The thwack of her heels against the wooden floor seemed to echo so loudly in the room. Portia returned, standing between him and the women he'd chosen. All right, ladies. She grinned at all of them. Welcome to this week's team. Time to celebrate. The women gave a quiet cheer and then stood, some of them even hugging before they moved to Coy's side while the crew set up the food behind them all. Bellamy didn't push for his attention as they surrounded him, and he wondered how she was taking jumping into the deep end here. Although she had admitted to watching every season, he'd never asked if she'd ever signed up to be on the show. Bellamy. He quickly corrected himself from using the nickname he'd made up for her. He had seen enough seasons to know that wouldn't endear him to the other women to find out that they already had something like that in their relationship. "Can we chat for a second?" He reached out for her hand. She darted a gaze at the women to either side of her before reaching and taking his hand. "Sure." He led her over to one of the sofas set up to make hanging out in the gym for the celebration easier and waited for her to sit before he did. Hey. Thanks for choosing me," she teased. "It seemed unfair to convince you to join the show and then cut you right off." He gave a mocking shrug. "I'll watch my back next week then." She smiled, but then she chewed on her lip, letting him know she did worry about the possibility, even if she was trying to joke. "I wanted to warn you that on Sunday, I'll be asking someone else for our one-on-one." "Oh," she blinked at him, surprise registering on her expression. "Well, thank you for the warning." He scooted closer, taking her hand. "It's just that I know we have something, Bells," he said. From the corner of his eye he noted a camera moving in closer, but he tried to push the irritation away. Bellamy's gaze drifted over his shoulder, and he could guess that a second one was also filming away. His stomach clenched. So far, he hadn't had to share any of his interactions with Bellamy. And he liked them much better that way. This had turned things awkward. He squeezed Bellamy's hand. "I just want to make sure I give the women here a chance to know me." "Of course." But the smile she gave him stiffened the way it had when Lucy had sat next to her after he made his picks. "That's why you're here." He lowered his voice even more. "I don't want you to think that I asked you to come on here to toy with you." He shook his head. "Forget it, I will just ask you. I already miss you." She leaned in closer, her expression relaxing. "No. You're right, Coy," she said. "We both wanted real time to get to know each other, and as unorthodox as this is, it's what you're here to do." "I'm starting to regret asking you to come on," he teased, then leaned close enough to put his lips against her ear. "I liked having you all to myself better." "I'm starting to regret it too," she whispered back, leaning into him. "Now I can't tell you to stop your flirting and making me melt all over the place. Do you mind if we join you?" Lucy's voice snapped Bellamy away from Coy, but he gripped her hand even as she tried to pull it back. He turned to Lucy, who had her arm linked with Charlotte's, standing above them. Charlotte pressed a smile to her lips, her cheeks deep pink and her gaze darting between him and Bellamy and then around the room. Lucy's actions had embarrassed her. "Of course," Bellamy said, scooting away from Coy. He still held her hand in his, refusing to let go, even though she tugged again. "Yeah, please do," he said, scooting back closer to Bellamy and patting the spot on the other side of him. Lucy dropped down onto it, letting go of Charlotte's arm. She slipped onto the corner of the sectional on the other side of Bellamy. Within a few seconds, the other two women, probably encouraged by Lucy and Charlotte's success, were making their way over. So, Lucy leaned into Coy, draping herself against his side and forcing him to lift his arm to put it on the back of the couch to avoid any discomfort from the, placement of his arm now against Lucy. "This is crazy. How did it happen?" She pulled back to snuggle into Coy's side, putting a hand on his knee. "Well, Coy kept flirting with me, and we all figured if that was going to continue, I had better join this whole thing officially." Bellamy leaned back against the couch, projecting confidence, though he noticed her tapping her finger against her other leg. Lucy, as well as Willa and Jillian as they took seats on the couch, laughed. Every single one sounded forced. The other thing he'd noticed after dozens of Catch episodes was the increased tension between the women as the weeks advanced. None of them likely wanted Bellamy here. She was competition they were bound to notice already had a leg up in the game. He and Bellamy's interactions had been off camera and more real than anything else here. Well, Bellamy stood, still trying to tug free her hand. He finally let go. "I'm starving. I didn't eat all day thanks to the nerves." She waved at the women and hurried off across the gym to the tables set up. Coy couldn't help watching her shoulders move up and down a few times, like she was trying to force calm over herself. He drew in a deep breath himself. Things were going to be very interesting this week.
Chapter 12. Jillian, 29. Salt Lake City, Utah. CEO, Girls Play. Yeah, I'm worried that we have more competition this week, instead of less. But I'm going to focus on my relationship with Coy. I know we've got something good. Bellamy had helped Roxy buy the beds in the rooms at the ranch house, and she'd always thought they were comfortable, but it wasn't her bed. After entering the competition, she had to join the women on the second floor of the ranch house. At least she didn't have to share a room. With Stella and Bristol both leaving, Lucy and Willa had become roommates, though Lucy had tried to convince Bellamy to be her roommate. She was grateful, at least for tonight, for her odd woman out status. She could lay in Roxy's old bedroom, staring at the ceiling and wondering what in the world she'd done. She couldn't even call Roxy. Agnes had taken away her phone. Focus on you and Coy. That's what Roxy would tell her. She'd make Bellamy banish the fears that she'd done all of this for nothing, risked her heart to have Coy cut her in a couple of weeks. His decision to take someone else on the one-on-one the next week had startled her. Even though she told Roxy that she understood that Coy might fall for one of the other women, in her heart of hearts, she hadn't believed it. And still, the way he'd wanted to take it back reassured her. But here in the dark, she was thinking again. Thinking about how his hands had automatically slid to Lucy's waist when she kissed him after he'd given her a jacket. How his arms had tightened around Charlotte, sweet, lovable Charlotte, when she hugged him in surprise. If Bellamy was watching this season from home, Charlotte would be her pick. We can't discount Lucy, Bellamy whispered into the darkness. Lucy's smirk as she sat down after being picked, and that same smirk when she wrapped herself up in Coy during the celebration, gnawed at Bellamy's nerves. Lucy would be the woman Bellamy would rail against to Roxy, asking how Coy couldn't see that it was all physical and no heart. But in Hockey Player, Holtstone's season, he had ended up choosing Corinne, the woman Bellamy, Roxy, and everyone on social media had dubbed that season's dose of crazy. The phone next to the bed rang, making Bellamy jump. She snatched it up. Roxy had known she was coming in, but how would she have guessed which room Bellamy would put herself in? Truthfully, her old bedroom, the room Bellamy considered the best in the house, was a good guess. And only she would have known how to bypass the phone system to get straight to Bellamy's room. Rox. Thank heavens, I'm freaking out. Just take a deep breath. Coy's voice made Bellamy cry out. He chuckled. Let me guess. Good gravy. Or is this a cheese curd situation? Bellamy slid off the bed, sitting down on the floor on the side away from the door, just in case someone came to investigate the phone noises and Bellamy yelling. Coy Jones, she said sternly. I told you I missed you. Bellamy smiled at the sound of his voice. How in the world did you get this number? Zane got a hold of Roxy. Told Agnes we broke something. He laughed and Bellamy could picture the mischievous expression he must be wearing. She said to tell you that this was a good decision. Coy Jones is worth it no matter what happens. Bellamy snorted. She said that, huh? I added the last. This is crazy, Coy. What if you break my heart? He didn't answer for a long time. I worry about that every time I cut someone. And every time I keep someone. So here's my advice then. She twisted the phone cord around her finger. Finally. Just keep me. She wished he could see her smile, that she could nudge him with her elbow and show she was teasing. You ever sign up to be on the couch before, Bells? Good gravy, no. I've always been happy in my cheap seat on Roxy's couch. Has anyone ever told you how cute it is when you food swear? Bellamy's heart twittered at the warmth in his voice. A knock sounded on the door. Cheese curds, Bellamy whispered, grinning at the laugh Coy gave her. I gotta go. She hung up before he could say anything else. She bounded across the room, pulling open the door to see Agnes. Yeah. Lily said she thought she heard a phone ring up here. Agnes raised an eyebrow. Roxy. She said the guys down at her house broke something and asked if I'd check on it in the morning. She didn't think you'd mind if she dialed right in since she signed the non-disclosures too. Bellamy leaned against the door. Well, you know I can't let you go down and look, unless Coy's out tomorrow. Agnes studied Bellamy like she saw right through the excuses. Made Bellamy wonder how much Agnes had known about Gunnar and May. Bellamy shrugged indifferently, channeling the way Bristol had stood earlier that evening with her shoulders back and her expression impassive, like she didn't care one way or the other. She wanted to ask Coy if that's why he'd chosen Willa in the end. Though it was likely a mask, Bristol didn't seem to care. Let me know when he and Zane head out for the day, and I'll go down then. Agnes let out a soft laugh. Sounds good. She turned, shaking her head as she left, and walked back down the hallway to the stairs that led to the third floor, where most of the crew was staying. Bellamy shut the door and leaned against it, smiling even though she didn't think she'd gotten anything past Agnes. Hearing Coy's voice, even though he hadn't given her any reassurances, had soothed her nerves. The memory of his laugh, how he'd called her food swears cute, maybe it would be enough to get her through another few days of this. I never thought I'd say that 75 degrees felt warm. Bellamy laughed as she jumped from where she sat behind her desk and hurried to the front door, where her mother, Kendra Hansen, had just stepped through. It was 62 in Ketchikan in August. Kendra gave a shudder as Bellamy put her arms around her. Mom. Bellamy's voice shook with laughter. You're the only person in a 50-mile radius who is bemoaning the fact that it's only 75 and not 90, like it's been all week. Anna Adams would agree, Kendra said as she stepped out of the embrace, speaking of Roxy's mom. Mrs. Adams doesn't live in Wyoming anymore. Smart woman. Bellamy beckoned to a crew member who had Kendra's suitcase and led her mother toward the stairs. Listen to you whine. You'd never know you were born and raised here in Little River. She'd scared her mother and then winked as they mounted the stairs. I figured you wouldn't want to open up your house just for a few weeks, so you get my apartment. Belle, you know how I feel about sharing a bed with you. Kendra wrinkled her nose. First of all, I do not snore, and I don't move that much. Second, I don't get to sleep in my apartment. I have to stay on the second floor with the other women. She grimaced, smiling when Kendra's eyebrows jumped up. This boy is worth it. Kendra lowered her voice, but that didn't mean that the cameraman following them wouldn't pick it up with the crazy good mics on the cameras. Bellamy knew from watching the show that even the barest of whispers somehow got picked up. Bellamy took her mom's hand and squeezed it. I think so. You're a brave girl, sweetie. And if things don't work out with Coy, I've got a boy down in Arizona I think you'd be very interested to meet. Bellamy slapped her mom softly on the arm and opened the apartment. Wait for me, a voice called, followed by the sound of feet hurrying up the stairs behind them before Roxy appeared. Rox! Bellamy cried, rushing to envelope her friend in a hug. What are you doing here? You did not come home early just for this, did you? No, Roxy wiggled her eyebrows. Something to do with Coy's date tonight. Bellamy laughed. Ah, yes. Have you been told how obsessed Willa is with Tag? She tilted her head in mock warning. Because you might want to worry about losing your husband. Where is he? At his mom's. She's tickled to death since he never used to stay with her when he was here. Roxy hooked arms with both Kendra and Bellamy and pulled them into Bellamy's apartment, shutting the door with a sweet smile and leaving the cameraman behind. "Quick, you've got about 5 minutes before he tattles to Agnes and she comes up to remind me what I signed up for when I came on board." Bellamy plopped down on the couch, pulling Roxy with her. "I'll just tell her we had business to catch up on." Roxy waved her hand. Rundown of the women. "Charlotte is my favorite because she's super sweet. You'd probably pick Jillian. She's level-headed and played basketball in college, so they have that in common. Willa is here for the platform, I'd bet good money on it, and Lucy is possessive and crazy, like Zoe from Kane's season. But we can't count her out because she and Coy have good physical chemistry." Roxy frowned. "And you too." Her gaze strayed to Kendra, who was pulling on a hoodie. They did keep the house at a cool 68 degrees, but still. Roxy and Bellamy shared a smirk. "I haven't kissed him yet, so it's hard to say, although the moments leading up to when we could have were pretty hot." "How long are you here?" "Not long enough. We have to fly out tomorrow afternoon to get to California for the last of Tag's shows there." Roxy sank back into the couch. "You know there's no way Coy doesn't choose you, right?" "Rox, he just brought me on so we could get to know each other without worrying about if we were screwing up the show. He could pick Charlotte, he really could. Or Lucy." Her stomach pinched at the thought of going on the team date the next day with Lucy, how she'd hog all of Coy's attention and make sure to kiss him repeatedly in front of everyone. If he's worried enough about doing things the right way just because of a reality show, then I don't think he's the type of guy to drag you into this if he wasn't serious about you, Roxy said, scooting over on the couch to make room for Kendra to sit down. "You must have felt good about something," Kendra said. "To make you do all this for him. Trust your intuition if it led you here." Bellamy let out a long breath. Hearing Coy's voice on the phone 3 days before had settled a lot of nerves, but having her mother and best friend reassure her made her confident again, as confident as she had been sitting on the porch swing, about to kiss him. "Okay." A knock on the door was a pronouncement of the end of their secrets, and Bellamy went to it, not surprised that Agnes was on the other end. "Bellamy." "She had some business to catch me and Kendra up on," Roxy interrupted. "And there is nothing in any of those contracts that says I have to reveal all of my private business dealings on TV." She walked over to stand next to Bellamy, her eyebrows arched in challenge. Agnes turned her gaze on Kendra. "Were they this good as kids?" "Oh, honey, they were angels," Kendra replied in a dry voice. "And thankfully a few years apart, so I didn't have to worry about much until after high school." She chuckled and stood as well. "Now tell me, you got any requests for dinner?" "I see where Bellamy gets it," Agnes muttered, but smiling and shaking her head again in good-natured exasperation. "I'm easy to please, Mrs. Hansen. Can you make a good burger?" "The best." Kendra gave a little clap and stood. "You know, they're perfect with the homemade buns, so I'd better get started." "You mind if I help?" Bellamy asked Agnes as they all started back down the hallway. "Nice of you to ask." Agnes snorted with laughter and Bellamy bit back one of her own. "There's nothing on the schedule today for anything, so I don't see a problem. As long as you stop trying to slip the cameraman." She pointed a stern finger at Bellamy. "Got it, boss." Bellamy held her hands up in surrender but made sure not to promise it would never happen again. Roxy stayed to help with dinner, and the 3 women chatting and working in the kitchen helped Bellamy feel less like she'd jumped off a cliff. In the summers, when her mom worked as the ranch house cook, she and Roxy never had time to just sit with her and cook like they used to. Every day was filled with taking care of guests and minding the business of the ranch house, and for Roxy, the rest of the ranch as well. Bellamy didn't know how long Coy had been standing in the doorway when she looked up and noticed him, the other 2 women going quiet immediately as they turned to study him. Well, don't mind me, ladies, he said, grinning. Warmth exploded through Bellamy's chest at the contented smile on his face, the way it felt when she made something, and it almost tasted as good as her mom's. But she shook herself out of it and hurried to the doorway, pushing him out. Oh, no you don't, Coy Jones, she scolded. No more hanging out in the kitchen now that I'm in this. Especially not with my mom. You're not supposed to meet her until I'm one of the final 2 women here. He huffed a sigh. Again, I think I might have rushed into suggesting you join the show. Aren't you supposed to be on a date? She leaned back away from him and tried to ignore the cameraman hovering just inside the kitchen, camera trained on her and Coy. Willa's finishing getting ready. I'm just coming in to pick her up for the last part. He leaned back against the wall. Private Tag Turner, Taggart Dubois, concert. It never ceased to weird Bellamy out that people thought of him as Taggart Dubois. What did you do today in Little River? Another thing Bellamy had wondered when Nico first approached her about filming at the ranch. What would they do for all those dates in such a small town? Spent some time at the local museum, especially in the Taggart Dubois room. Willa got to play one of his guitars. Amusement played across his lips, and again Bellamy was dying to get more information on the date. But it warred with the part of her still stung that she didn't get this date. She understood, but that didn't mean that she liked it. I bet she loved that, she said. Willa had probably melted into a pool of Taggart Dubois fangirl. She did say that if she died today, her life would be complete. But she doesn't know yet about the private concert. If Bellamy was analyzing this date with Roxy, they'd both be scrutinizing the way that Willa cared more about being in Tag's hometown than anything else on the show. Even here at the ranch house, Willa couldn't go 2 minutes without mentioning something about the whole thing. What's the look for? Coy asked. She shrugged. No look. He stepped closer. You have opinions. His smile turned from amused to cautious, and then it thinned out, looking more concerned than anything. He dropped his voice. I don't want to be blindsided by something, Bells, he said. Her breath caught. She didn't want that for him either, but she also knew how this played out if she started bad-mouthing the other women. Especially without solid proof. Sure, Willa was GAGA over this place, but Bellamy didn't know her well enough to figure out if that was the only reason she was here or if she just didn't want to get too personal with the other women. Bellamy hadn't had any conversations with the women yet, and she didn't want to think about what they could say about her based on how she dodged the camera and her dramatic entrance into the show. I can't be your spy, Coy. He took another step closer. That's not what I'm asking. You are. You just don't realize that's what this is. She sighed. I'm sorry. Coy. Agnes stepped into the hallway, rolling her eyes when she found him with Bellamy. Well, at least we got something on camera, she said. She waved Coy toward her. Willa is ready. You're not supposed to hang out with Bellamy until tomorrow. You're taking years off my life, Coy. Coy chuckled and followed her. Worse than Gunnar, he teased. I didn't know Gunnar was taking off with May all the time until they got caught, and by then, we all knew he was going to choose her anyway. Sybil was an easy let go. That's why he kept her, Agnes said. Bellamy raised her eyebrows in disbelief. Agnes knew everything. What? Agnes asked, raising her eyebrows back. Nothing. Bellamy gave a chuckle and turned back to the kitchen. He is so choosing you, Roxy said under her breath when Bellamy came back. Yeah. Bellamy took up the bowl of ground meat to ready the seasonings for it. Then why does he keep asking me about the other women? What you should be wondering, Kendra said, is why he always needs your opinion.
Chapter 13. Coy Jones, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. I'm so excited to surprise Willa tonight, but also to see some more of her passion. We had a connection on that first night, and I'm getting to the point where I need to know what that connection means. The bar on Main Street of Little River was pretty tiny. It was dimly lit, with a long counter running alongside it and about half a dozen tables scattered in the narrow space between it and the far wall. At the other end, opposite the door he'd led Willa in through, was a stage, with the curtains drawn at the moment. The bar was empty, except for the bartender, sitting on a stool behind the bar messing around on his phone. He looked up as Willa and Coy entered and waved. "This is so small town, right?" Willa said, gripping Coy's hand and leaning into him. "Eating dinner at a bar and listening to the music." She nodded toward the speaker where a slow country tune was playing. Coy almost laughed when he realized it was one of Taggart Dubois' songs. "Do you think he played here?" Her voice took on that same worshipful quality that had him laughing most of the afternoon as she pored over the little museum's documenting of Taggart's early career. "Probably," he said, letting that smile come back. "Tag Turner." He let that name roll through his thoughts along with a flash of Bellamy in the kitchen with her mom and Roxy. Would there come a time when that's how he would know the country star? Tag was married to Bellamy's best friend. Coy wanted to laugh every time Bellamy would scrunch up her nose at saying Taggart Dubois. To her, that wasn't his name. Thinking of Bellamy also had him thinking of the way she chewed on her lip when he talked about the first part of his date with Willa. What wasn't she saying about Willa? He got why she wouldn't tell him. Coy had seen the show too. Maybe he hadn't analyzed it the way she had, but he recognized that she worried about talking about the other women and how gossiping would reflect on her. "Coy?" Willa tugged on his hand and looked up at him. He shook Bellamy out of his head. "Yeah? You want to dance?" he asked. This was part of the plan to surprise Willa with her personal concert. "I do love this song." She grinned up at him, sliding her arms around his neck as he moved to sway with her to a song about the perfect life as viewed from a front porch swing. Coy had an idea of exactly what porch swing Taggart Dubois was singing about, and he couldn't help grinning at the idea that he had nearly kissed a woman, a dang near perfect woman, on the very front porch swing the country singer crooned about. "It's a good one," he agreed, resting his hands on Willa's hips. She leaned in closer, laying her head against his chest. "He wrote it about his wife. I can't believe that front porch he's singing about is just down the road from me." She tipped her head back. "Can we go look at it tonight?" Sure." But he didn't know if he wanted to sit in it with her, in a place where he'd held Bellamy, someone he was falling more and more for, even when he wasn't with her. Gunnar had told him in some of their early talks that he had known May was the one almost from the beginning. He'd kept his mind open to the other women being possibilities, but every week had proved she was the one with his heart. Coy couldn't help wondering the same about Bellamy. The music got louder, and Willa turned toward the stage the same time the curtain opened to reveal Taggart standing on stage, finishing up the song and grinning at his crowd of two. "Oh my gosh," Willa squealed and leapt away from Coy, running to the foot of the stage and doing a frantic dance as she stared up at her idol. Coy strode forward, catching the gaze of Taggart as he sang. He arched a brow and glanced down at Willa. Coy's shoulders shook with contained laughter as he shrugged. "Oh my gosh," Willa repeated, still shouting to be heard over the music. She turned to Coy. "I can't believe this. This is so cool. This show is the best." Coy had to force his smile to stay in place. The show. Not Coy. Not the date he had helped plan. The reason she had gotten to meet Taggart Dubois was this show. That's what Bellamy wasn't saying. Coy would bet money on it. Willa didn't notice that Coy stood several inches away and back from the stage. Her gaze was focused on Taggart with the same reverent gaze she'd given his guitar when she played it earlier that afternoon. She screamed again as Taggart switched songs into something upbeat, waving her arms. Coy could walk out right now and Willa wouldn't care. Maybe not even when she noticed him gone. He shared another look with Taggart, and he could swear the man held back a laugh.
"Willa, 28. Waitress/singer. Nashville, Tennessee. Tonight was the best night of my life. Nothing will ever be able to compare to watching Taggart Dubois play in his hometown, in one of the first spots he ever played publicly. This is my dream come true. Roxy had gone back to her mother-in-law's and Kendra was up in Bellamy's apartment. Agnes had decreed that Bellamy must spend time in the living room of the ranch house and talk with the other women. What do you think Willa did when she saw Taggart Dubois? Lucy asked. Agnes had filled them in on the surprise part of the date and then left to let the magic happen. She probably ran on stage and made out with him instead, Jillian said with a chuckle. She turned to Bellamy. Hope your friend doesn't get mad about that. Bellamy had to laugh with her. She could picture that happening. Was Morgan around to stop it? Tag's bodyguard usually kept him safe from the especially amorous fans. Willa better be scared of Roxy if that happens. Most of the fans in love with him are more worried about her than his bodyguard. I bet it opened Coy's eyes, Jillian went on, her tone serious. We all get it, right? We hate seeing him put his heart with someone we all know is here to soak in Taggart Dubois' hometown and to promote herself. Bellamy stared down at her hands. This was the reason she wished she could avoid the girl talk Agnes insisted she participate in. She didn't want to get caught up in this kind of drama or get caught saying something about Willa she didn't have proof of. She felt the same way as Jillian, but she'd seen enough episodes of The Catch to know the many ways talk like this could create whole storylines of their own. She's not here for the right reasons, Lucy said. Bellamy darted a glance at Charlotte, wondering what the sweet one would say. She grimaced as Bellamy caught her gaze and then looked down too, keeping her mouth shut. Yeah, Bellamy liked her, which made jealousy roil in her stomach. If Coy ever asked Bellamy about Charlotte, she wouldn't mind telling him how she didn't get caught up in all this and how she looked just as uncomfortable as Bellamy felt. I think it would be fun to have a private concert like that, Charlotte said, avoiding having to comment on Willa but still keeping the subject. Bellamy? She asked. Or are you so used to Taggart Dubois singing for you that it's more like old hat? She laughed as she said that. Tag has a way of making things romantic, Bellamy said. I wouldn't say no to a date with him serenading in the background. What's your favorite song? Jillian asked, going with Charlotte's subject change. Front Porch. The song had come to have even more meaning to her since the night she nearly kissed Coy there, on the very porch swing that Tag sang about in the song. I heard him write parts of it when he was here trying to win Roxy back. I think that song might be what finally made her see sense. Charlotte laughed softly and leaned her head sideways on the couch she sat on. That's so sweet. I think that's why I love his music, you know. How he can make you feel. I don't know. Real. Like you want to find your someone, Bellamy said, thinking of her reaction the first time she'd heard him figuring out the lyrics. Yes. Charlotte nodded. Someone like Coy, she added with a mischievous grin that had them all laughing. Bellamy laughed along with them, but she had to clench a fist to keep from showing the fear that pounded through her. Coy Jones felt like her someone, but was she going to lose him to one of the women in this room? Chapter 14. Jillian, 29. Salt Lake City, Utah. CEO, Girls Play. I haven't had a one-on-one game with Coy yet, but I plan to make the most of this team date and get some of that alone time with him. I'm excited to move our relationship to the next step.
The plan for this week's group date was to hike a basic trail in the mountains that framed the backside of the ranch and then end the evening around the fire pit behind the ranch house. Coy stood on the porch of Roxy's house, staring out at the mountains and counting down the minutes until he could walk down to the ranch house. Yesterday's date hadn't gone how he had expected, but it hadn't been a failure. He'd learned what he needed to about Willa and cut her from his team that night without any guilt. All she'd done on the way back to the ROC after the private concert was gush about how inspiring it was to be in Taggart Dubois' actual presence and how important her time at the ranch house was for her. She'd skimmed around saying specifically that she didn't care about Coy, but he could read it between the lines. When he'd told her that he knew other relationships were progressing further than he could see them going, she'd nodded slowly and frowned. She hadn't cried when they hugged goodbye, and even as he helped her into the SUV to take her away, she thanked him again for the chance to meet Taggart Dubois. He glanced down at his watch. 10:40. He could head down. The short walk would take right around 5 minutes, putting him there after 10:45, which Agnes had insisted on. They'd all pile into one of the SUVs and head out for their hike. By the time he'd reached the backyard of the ranch house, a pretty landscaped garden with tall trees, flowering bushes, and even a cobblestone path, the 4 women accompanying him today stood on the porch, waiting. Lucy leaned forward over the railing, her hair pulled up in a bun like on their first date. The day was already hot, over 70 already. She wore leggings and a tank top. The crew had warned them that temperatures would be cooler up in the mountains, so though Coy himself wore shorts and a t-shirt, he had a hoodie in his backpack. Lucy bounded down the steps, ahead of the other women, as usual, and greeted him, wrapping her arms around her neck to kiss him. He held her up but shortened the kiss for the sake of the other women. Lucy still kept her hand in his as he walked up the steps to greet the women who waited here. Bellamy stepped in next, wrapping her arms around his middle, and Coy slipped his hand from Lucy's to wrap his own arms around Bellamy and lift her up a little. He put his face in her hair, pressing a light kiss just above her ear, and whispered, "Hey, Bells. Missed you." She tilted her head back and grinned at him. "Me too." She squeezed his waist again, but then stepped politely back, allowing him to hug Jillian and Charlotte. Charlotte kissed his cheek, reddening when she glanced at him after she did it. She gave him a shrug, and he held her a moment as he pondered what had given her the courage to do that. So far, she'd been the shyer one, or at least most reserved, of the women here. Bellamy's mother, Coy didn't even know her name yet, brought out a basket filled with brown paper sacks. Coy grinned at their sack lunches, meant for the trail. "You might find a few notes in yours, Mr. Jones." She handed over his and winked the same way Bellamy always did. There were even a couple dimples when she smiled. It made Coy turn back to her daughter, hoping she was smiling as well so he could catch sight of those 2 dimples. She rolled her eyes and then shooed her mom off the porch, mouthing, "Not fair." Coy and Mrs. Hansen shared a smile before she bustled back into the house. The SUV pulled up and the group climbed in. It was nice to just hang out with the women and Zane, and not an extra cameraman, even though cameras were mounted in various spots around the SUV. They were just easier to ignore. Bellamy and Charlotte climbed into the back seat of the SUV, leaving Coy in the middle with Lucy and Jillian on either side of him. Lucy leaned in next to him the entire drive, her territory staked with a hand on his leg, even when he turned and joined Bellamy and Charlotte in conversation. She staked just as much of her claim as they hiked, holding his hand whenever possible and leaning in close as they walked. If he'd have been alone with Lucy, he wouldn't have minded the attention or returning her physical affection, but he sensed the growing discomfort and irritation, especially in Jillian's case, of the other women. When they reached the end of their short hike and all sat to eat lunch, he put a hand on Lucy's leg. "Let's go talk for a minute," he asked. She beamed up at him. Of course. Before she could lean in too far for what he suspected was a kiss, he stood, taking her hand and pulling her up with him. He caught Bellamy's eye, wishing he could convey reassurance. He hated the way her eyes were narrowed in confusion as she watched him with Lucy. He would find time for them today during the date. He needed it as much for himself as to make sure she understood how strongly he felt about her. He and Lucy found a bench in another section of the picnic area. Movement from the corner of his eye caught his attention, a cameraman, of course. He turned away. He had to act like they didn't exist. He put his arm around the top of the bench and around Lucy. "I'm going to give you some extra attention, Miss Lucy," he began, "and then I need to ask you to step back a little bit and allow us all to enjoy the date." She leaned into the crook of his arm like she had at the Double-A cabin during their date and turned her head toward him. I'm not afraid to let the other women know how I feel about you. She reached a hand up, guiding his face toward hers. Coy resisted for a moment, wanting to finish his request before he got lost in the chemistry he shared with Lucy. This is a team date, Luce, he murmured, holding back a few inches from her lips. I need to give everyone their time. We've had a date to ourselves. She moved in for the kiss, grinning up at him when she pulled away. I'm sorry. The way you called me Luce, it's like the way you look at me and call me a sweet nickname. I couldn't help myself. Coy gave a chuckle. Please, Luce, help me out here. He had to pause when she kissed him again, giggling a little as she did so. We'll have more one-on-one time, he murmured. I'm here for your heart, Coy, Lucy said, pausing her sweet attack for a moment, but keeping his face in her hands. I don't plan on playing things safe or missing an opportunity to make sure you know how I feel. I'm here for the right reasons, unlike some of the women here. His brain caught on the way she'd said women. He'd figured out about Willa's suspect reasons last night, but were there other women who had said things that made Lucy suspicious? He wasn't surprised that she was willing to throw them under the bus. She just told him she was willing to do what it took for his heart. But could he ask? He'd asked Bellamy, trusting she would want what was best for him. He couldn't help thinking that Lucy just wanted him. Period. He didn't have to ask. She turned her gaze down and went on. It's just that Jillian said some things today that made me pretty sure she's not here for the right reasons. Jillian. It surprised him, but he realized that he would have never suspected it of Charlotte and certainly not Bellamy. He'd had to beg Bellamy to even consider it. She just wants people to know about her cause, you know? And it's a great cause. I think it's so important to help girls get involved in whatever activities they want, but give it a rest, right? We're here to win Coy Jones, not recognition or whatever. Coy had to sort these thoughts out, but he couldn't with Lucy. She'd be critical of Jillian no matter what Coy said. In the few seconds of silence, she slid her fingers up the back of his head, coaxing him down toward her again. It was always easy to get lost in Lucy's kiss. The gentle way she ran her fingers back down his head and then along his neck to his shoulders. How she moved in closer, creating a space where they moved together for several intoxicating seconds. Okay, Lucy, he whispered. Now I do have to go be on a date with those other 3 women. Let me do that, please. She huffed, planted one more soft kiss on his lips, and nodded. Okay. But he had to be the one to stand and pull her up. When they approached the picnic table where Bellamy, Jillian, and Charlotte sat, he pulled his hand from hers and sat between Charlotte and Bellamy, making them laugh at him squeezing himself into a too small space.
Charlotte, 28. Fort Collins, Colorado. NICU nurse. Lucy is a threat to all of us. She's not afraid to pull Coy aside or to make us all know that he's her boyfriend. It's frustrating, yes. But that's what this all is, isn't it? A competition to win Coy's heart. If I want him to know how amazing I think he is, maybe I need to channel some of her fierceness. When they began their hike back down the paintbrush trail, Coy slipped his hand into Bellamy's and held them back from the other women. Since her own chest had tightened bit by bit as Bellamy watched Lucy walk hand in hand with Coy earlier, she knew she didn't imagine the daggers that Lucy and Jillian sent them with their eyes. Charlotte just cast Bellamy a faint smile and hurried down the trail. Hey, when we get to the fire pit tonight, I want to make sure we have some time together, okay? He asked softly. Yes, please. She leaned into him as they walked, letting his warmth spread over her. It was chilly up higher in the mountains, and the hike wasn't strenuous enough to keep her warm. She welcomed Coy's help. I do need to talk to Jillian about something first, get things cleared up. But I'm going to keep it on a tight schedule and then you and me are spending some quality time together, he said. Bellamy's eyebrows shot up. Unless you want to save me the trouble and let me know why Lucy thinks she's not here for the right reasons. His own eyebrow arch was skeptical, an indication that he already knew that Bellamy would decline. You know the answer to that, Coy Jones. He stopped on the trail, turning so he blocked her from the other women. It's not that I want you here to spy, Bells, he insisted. He put his hands around her waist, pulling her closer and tipping his chin down to stare at her. I trust you. And not just because you've seen every episode of The Catch There Is. She gave a mock protest, and then melted when he leaned over and kissed her forehead. He trusted her. Just choose me, Coy Jones. Please just choose me. Like the phone call he'd made, such a simple sentence had banished the angry bees in her stomach that had plagued her this entire date. Watching him laugh with Jillian and Lucy on the drive up. The possessive way Lucy was around Coy. The guilt that came with his easy interactions with Charlotte. Although your expertise does help your analyzations, he teased. It's different on this side, she said quietly. She saw so much more. The real brightness to Lucy's eyes when she talked about time with Coy. Knowing that the anger underlying Jillian's actions came from a place of frustration because she really liked Coy as well. Actually becoming friends with Charlotte. What would it feel like if Coy chose her? She would be happy for him, Charlotte was amazing. But she would hate it fiercely. I'm sorry, Bells. He tightened his hold. Should I have kept you out of this? Faked the rest of the way because I was falling hopelessly for you. Yes. But her stomach churned. Nico and Agnes would have been so upset, and Bellamy couldn't afford that kind of relationship with them. They had trusted the ranch house the same way Tag touted to all his A-list friends. The same way they all came to the ranch house expecting, and always receiving, the utmost respect to their privacy. In one swoop, she could have ruined all of that. And Coy. She couldn't have asked him to be dishonest with these women, even Lucy, whom Bellamy was coming to despise. Just keep falling hopelessly, she said instead. He kissed her forehead again. Bellamy ached to lean into him, reach for his lips, and get lost in a moment just for them. Coy drew in a long breath and she thought she heard him whisper, "This is killing me." The temptation to wrap themselves up together filled the space between them. Her fingers fluttered over the front of his shirt, itching to pull him to her. Instead he buried his face next to her neck, and she turned her head toward him, threading her arms around his waist and holding him close. Kiss me, Coy Jones. The plea pounded through her, but she knew what she'd asked of him. She just needed him to only want her. And he wasn't ready for that. The crew kept the fire low in the pit since 80-degree weather assaulted them as soon as they returned from the hike. All of the girls had sacrificed 5 minutes to run upstairs and change from their hiking clothes into shorts and tees. Coy had taken Jillian aside as soon as they all gathered outside. He had come back from talking with her with tension in his expression and Jillian's eyes had been wet with moisture. She'd seated herself in one of the gray rattan outdoor chairs on the opposite side of the fire from any of the other girls, shooting Lucy an icy glare and then avoiding looking over at her. Coy had sat down on the couch between Bellamy and Charlotte, his own tension dissipating as he put his arms up behind the two women. He'd leaned over to Bellamy, whispering, "Best for last, okay? I need to leave tonight feeling good," before he asked Charlotte to take a walk with him. They rounded the opposite side of the ranch house, to the front porch where they would probably cuddle up on more outdoor furniture there. It was a popular place for the guests to chill and many liked to eat their meals there and on the back deck. She had nearly sighed out loud when Jillian brought her attention back sharply. "What did you say to him?" she barked at Lucy. Lucy straightened and scowled back at Jillian. "I'm entitled to my opinion about why you're here." Jillian threw up her hands. "You can't just say whatever you want. That's not fair. You planted doubts in Coy's mind about me, with no proof." Lucy snorted and then laughed derisively. This isn't about fairness, Jillian. Bellamy desperately wanted to sneak off, but unless she planned to go infringe on Charlotte's time with Coy and create more drama there, she doubted Agnes would appreciate that. She tried to sink back into the couch. You can't just say whatever you want without proof. I am not here to get girls play in front of the public eye. I've never said that, but Coy won't believe me now because his little piece of. Lucy laughed before Jillian could finish. Jealous much? You can't just sit back, Bellamy. Jillian surprised Bellamy by turning to her, her voice still angry. You might think keeping quiet will save you, but Lucy has made it clear she'll do whatever's necessary to clear the competition away. And we all know you're the biggest target right now. Why would he even ask you to join the show if he wasn't already serious about you? She swung her glare in Lucy's direction, a clear shot at Lucy's insinuations about her and Coy's relationship. And the accusation hit home for Bellamy. What would Lucy say about her? What did you say to Coy? She asked quietly. Lucy pressed her lips together, narrowing her gaze at Bellamy. That she's here to make sure people know about her company. I'm entitled to my opinion about that. It's not true. Jillian cried. Do you think that's true? She swung back to Bellamy. She shook her head. Nothing about how Jillian acted on the show made her believe that. Well, Coy won't believe me now. Now, more than anything, Bellamy didn't want to be a part of this. If she stood up to Lucy, how far would the woman go to undermine her? Would Coy believe her? He swore he trusted Bellamy, but how far would that go with Lucy lying to him? What reason, really, did he have to believe Bellamy over Lucy? Bellamy had seen their interactions, and without being able to watch their alone time, the way she'd be able to if she was watching the show on TV, she couldn't interpret how Coy felt about Lucy. He felt strongly enough to doubt Jillian's intentions. Don't lie about us, she finally said. If you want to be with Coy in the end, you won't want that kind of distrust tainting your relationship. Lucy laughed mirthlessly and shook her head. If I want to be with Coy at the end, I have to fight for him. There are no rules in love and war, Bellamy. This isn't a game, and I don't have to play fair. She stood up and stalked away, toward the other side of the ranch house, surely to interrupt Coy's time with Charlotte and reassert herself as the top choice. Jillian bent over and rested her face in a pillow, her shoulders heaving up and down. Bellamy hated having to sit by as Jillian tried to hide her frustration from the camera looming nearby, salivating at every moment of raw human drama. She stood up, moving to Jillian's figure in the chair and crouched over her, wrapping her arms around her, making sure to block the cameraman. You shouldn't have come on the show, Jillian whispered, muffled by Bellamy's protection. And I'm not just saying that because you're competition. Lucy is going to rip us all up to win, and you know it. Yeah, Bellamy whispered back. She knew. Chapter 15. Lucy, 23. Phoenix, Arizona. Model. I didn't lie about Jillian. I believe she's not here for Coy, and hiding that won't do anyone favors. Coy deserves to know that I'm right for him, more than any of the other women. I won't lie to him just to play nice.
While Coy's few moments with Charlotte had eased Coy's tension, having Lucy show up mere minutes later made everything rise again. He understood Lucy's desire to spend more time with him. He felt the same way about all the women still here. He needed more time to get to know them. He battled within himself about whether to applaud Lucy's efforts and her insistence that she wanted to be with him, or annoyance that she wouldn't respect his trying to get to know the other women. So when Agnes agreed to post cameramen and crew at the doors leading inside, where he'd taken Bellamy for their time alone, he couldn't help but be grateful that the producer was granting him a few favors. More than anything, he knew quiet time with her, without the fears that Lucy or anyone else would interrupt, would do him a world of good. You okay? He asked as he led her into the main living area to sit down on a couch. Her expression held hesitance, which hadn't been there when they'd walked down the trail together earlier. "I'm fine," she said with a sigh. "Jillian is really upset." Bellamy pressed her lips together, like that's what it took to keep her from commenting on the situation. Coy didn't want to bring that into their time together, and he knew asking Bellamy to clear things up wouldn't go anywhere. She held her hand up like he had anyway. "Please don't ask, Coy. I don't have all the information here. Not even all the edited information like I would if I were watching the show." She glanced out the window in the direction of the fire pit, where the other 3 women all sat, silent, by the looks of it. "I wasn't going to." He wrapped his arms around her shoulders and pulled her to his chest. She relaxed into him in tandem with his own muscles relaxing at having her here. "A friend." "Thank you," she whispered. She let out a long breath. "Tell me a story, Coy Jones." He gave a chuckle. He'd like to tell Bellamy a lot of stories. "I don't have a plan for after basketball." She adjusted her position, turning so that she could look up at him, her brows furrowed. "That's not a story," she teased. He couldn't explain why the thought had bothered him since Bristol brought it up. He didn't need to have a plan. He had plenty of years of playing left if he was blessed, and even if he wasn't, well, he'd be fine then too. He couldn't only blame the extra pressure of the show for why it nagged him now. "I know. It's just been bothering me." Her furrowed brows turned into a soft smile, like the one she'd given him up on the trail. "I like that you told me that. It's so normal." He twisted a piece of her hair around his finger, still gazing at her. "It is." "Do you need a plan?" she asked. He shrugged. "In general, maybe. Like what would I do if I blew out my knee when the season starts?" "What would you do?" He leaned over her, wishing he could drop a simple kiss on her lips. It killed him not to take a step in this direction, even though he understood why she wanted to wait. Instead, he kissed just below her ear, smiling to himself when her breath caught anyway. "Hang out with you a lot," he said, grinning at the blush that rose up in her cheeks. "Maybe figure out how to coach kids who could use my help. At a high school somewhere. I know how it makes me look, but I think trying to wrangle little kids would probably make me a little crazy." She giggled. "Not everyone can be a saint, but you might ask Agnes to cut that part out. Getting uninterrupted time with you right now might be all the favors I get today." He kissed under her ear again. "Worth it," he whispered. "Not fair, Coy Jones. You are cheating." She caught his cheeks in her hands, staring at him and studying him. "You've given me no other choice, Bells." He and Bellamy got a full 30 minutes before Agnes warned him that his uninterrupted time was up, and she wouldn't stop any of the other girls joining him. But laughing together and cuddling on the couch had been just what Coy needed. He wouldn't have minded another hour or 2, but he'd make do with what he got. It had made him forget about Lucy's accusations and Jillian's insistence that she was here for Coy and nothing else. But by the time the draft ceremony came 2 days later, all his nerves about cutting someone had returned. He couldn't even shed the worries during his early morning training time. The workout came automatically, leaving him with just more time to ponder on his choices. Bellamy was still a given this week. His moments with her had steadied him amidst the weird twists that dating several women at once had introduced into his life. Charlotte also exuded a calm he craved, but did they have enough to build a lasting relationship on? If they did, that left him wondering if he should trust Lucy, who he knew he had a connection with. Or did he believe Jillian when she swore that it hadn't even crossed her mind to use the platform of the show to build awareness for girls' activities and, in consequence, her company? He looked down at the stack of fluffy pancakes that he'd hardly touched, despite how melt-in-your-mouth perfect the few bites he'd eaten were. He missed Bellamy coming down to deliver his meals and the conversations they'd had, even though she'd refused to advise him. Being able to just speak at her had helped him understand his own feelings. "Agnes says Gunnar will be on video chat in 15 minutes. Zane's voice brought him from his thoughts. A measure of relief spread through him. Getting advice from someone who had been on his side of this would help. Perfect. Coy managed to eat the rest of the pancakes, enjoying them more and more as the tension eased a little in anticipation of a conversation with Gunnar. The crew arrived just a few minutes after Zane had told him about the timetable of the call, setting up and readying Roxy's living room, where Coy would call Gunnar from. "Hey, man. What's up?" Gunnar asked when they'd been connected. "Trying to balance my feelings for several women at once." "Nothing new." Coy chuckled. He was vague about it, Agnes warning him not to give too much away if he was developing more feelings for just one woman. But Coy had also promised juicy conversation if she would edit out any Bellamy-specific advice that he asked Gunnar for. "I have to cut someone tonight, and I don't know what to trust." Gunnar grimaced. "Oh. What do you have going on?" Coy gave him the rundown, Lucy's accusations and Jillian's denials. "I can't ignore what Lucy said," he finished. "I have something significant with her, and I don't want to believe she'd lie to me to damage my other relationships. But I also know that she's possessive and will do what it takes to be here in the end with me." "And Jillian?" Gunnar asked. "I don't know her well enough. Honestly, I think I would have cut her tonight if all this hadn't happened. But what if Lucy did lie about her? How can I keep Lucy here if she's willing to stoop that low?" Gunnar whistled. "With this many women out to win your love, it's hard to know, right? How do the other women feel about Lucy?" Coy let out a breath. "Well, Jillian hates her, obviously." Gunnar chuckled with Coy and gave an of course shrug. "But I don't know about Bellamy and Charlotte. Charlotte would never say a mean thing about anyone, and Bellamy is trying to stay out of things." Gunnar nodded. "They won't want to speak bad of Lucy, especially if there's already drama around the she said things. Sounds like a pickle." "Wow, thanks, man. Big help." Coy let his head drop back on the couch in defeat. Gunnar chuckled. "Tell me about Bellamy. Sounds like you've got as much out-of-the-box drama as I did." Coy glanced over at Agnes, sitting in a chair out of sight of the cameras with her ever-present iPad, probably taking notes about what pieces of the conversation she wanted to keep. She looked up. "We'll keep filming in case there's something I want to use, but I promise to keep out anything you don't want me to. I don't want too much Bellamy-specific conversation anyway. I need to keep some suspense here." When Coy turned back to Gunnar, the man had a mischievous grin on his face. "She's still mad about all the sneaking out," Gunnar said. Coy laughed. "She's mad that I'm following in your footsteps." "It was a good story, Agnes," Gunnar called. "You know the fans ate it up when they found out." Agnes huffed, but she didn't deny Gunnar's charge. Coy lowered his voice, even if it didn't matter. "How did you do it? How did you know that May was the one you wanted to risk everything for when you still cared about the women there?" "I was me around her. I wasn't the guy in front of sports cameras or someone playing along for the drama of the show. It felt safe and real and important. All things that Coy felt about Bellamy. I think she might be the one." Gunnar raised his eyebrows and then slowly nodded. His gaze darted to the side, where they both knew Agnes was sitting. She was shaking her head but had a smile on her face. Gunnar grinned. "Then does the other stuff matter?" "My contract says it does," Coy said. Agnes rolled her eyes. "Then good luck." "You know," Agnes said after Gunnar had hung up and the crew was leaving him to prepare for the draft ceremony, "this isn't just about the money for me. I'd be doing some other kind of show if I didn't believe that my guys here could find love. Cross my heart." She leaned in and gave him a quick hug, surprising him. Agnes had always been all business with him. It surprised him so much all he could say was, "Thanks," before she disappeared out the door.
Bellamy 27. Little River, Wyoming. Manager, the ranch house at the ROC. This week has been an experience. I should have expected the drama and stuff. It's crazy being on this side and being so invested, having my heart on the line.
This week's team gear was a catch jersey in the Denver Mountaineer colors, with Jones emblazoned across the back. Tonight, there were only 3. He would cut one woman tonight, and Gunner's words, "Does any of the rest matter?" ran through his head. He'd convinced himself to let Charlotte go. His friendship with Charlotte grew with each week that he kept her, and sending her home in favor of Bellamy might hurt more, even if he could picture choosing Charlotte in the end. Like Agnes had said about Sybil, Jillian would be easier to let go next week. And then his thoughts would spin, and he'd wonder about what the coming weeks held for him and Bellamy. He hadn't even officially met Mrs. Hansen yet. And once he had dedicated time with Bellamy, would the electricity that sparked between them at every forbidden moment fizzle away? Was he sending home Charlotte in favor of a big what-if? All of it was a big what-if. He drew in a deep breath, letting it out slowly as heels tapped across the wooden gym floor and Agnes led the women to their spots, cameras already rolling in the somber atmosphere, filled with far more tension than any of the previous weeks. True to ratcheting up the drama, they'd placed Jillian and Lucy next to each other. Lucy smirked at Coy when she stepped into place. Jillian stood stiffly, her eyes sad when she gazed at Coy. Like the week before, Bellamy gripped the skirt of a draping, ivory dress with a gold scallop pattern and belted waist. Charlotte's smile was shaky as she took her spot, and he watched her draw in a deep breath as well. He didn't know if he could let her go home. On the date, when everything had blown up between Lucy and Jillian, she'd held his hand and just walked with him for several minutes, telling him she was ready to listen when he was ready to talk. He thought he'd want to unload on her the way Bellamy wouldn't let him, but they ended up chatting about their high school experiences. "Coy?" Charlotte's voice broke him from his thoughts, and he found her standing just a couple of feet from him. "Can I talk to you before you start picking?" He glanced over at Agnes, who gave a quick nod. "Of course." He moved to take her hand, but she walked away from the bleachers he stood in front of toward the doors that led into the gym lobby without taking it. She opened one door and he held it and then followed her out into the dim lobby. A few seconds later, a camera woman had followed as well. "Charlotte? What's up?" He had to tell himself not to stand between her and the camera. The camera woman would just move anyway. "I want you to cut me today." She held his gaze for a moment after she said it, then her eyes sheened over and she looked at her hands, twisting in front of her. "Guilt-free, no worries, just one condition." His throat was closing. He hated the idea of losing Charlotte, even if it was just to have another ally here, another friend he could trust wouldn't stir up trouble. "What's that?" "Send Lucy home too." Her voice had dropped to almost a whisper, but he didn't think she did it to hide her words. "Charlotte?" He put a finger under her chin and tilted it back up toward him. She swallowed and blinked back more moisture. He pulled her into a hug. "What's going on?" he asked over the top of her head. "I want what's best for you. I hate getting into the middle of this, but it's the best way I can think to protect you here." She leaned back, meeting his gaze for only the second time since they'd begun talking. "You know that by saying what you just did, it means I can't let you go. That you'd send yourself home in an effort to save me from whatever you're worried about with Lucy?" He stepped back to pull a handkerchief from his pocket and hand it to her. Gunner had warned him that a lot of tears would be spilled during the filming and that handkerchiefs looked far more suave than tissues. She dabbed at her eyes as she chuckled with him. "I'm trying to be your friend. That's all. Are you telling me this because you don't feel a connection with me?" He chewed on his lip. He felt like things had been good for them. Maybe not can't keep my hands off you electricity like with Bellamy and Lucy, but a closeness he needed. She shook her head. No, this is one of the hardest things I've done. I didn't want to tell you that. I want this to be guilt-free for you so you can finish this without worries. I'm dating 4 different women right now. There's no such thing as no worries," he said. She laughed again and her shoulders seemed more relaxed than when they'd first come out. "So then, tell me about Lucy if you're willing to walk away because of her." She shook her head again, frowning. "I won't gossip. My mother taught me better." "Facts aren't gossip," he argued. She gripped his hands again. Just let me do the honorable thing here without getting all muddy in this mess. I can't send 2 people home tonight. It will put us off schedule. They'll figure it out. Do this for you. She tilted her head at him, biting her lip again. He hugged her one more time. We'll see. Then he took her hand and led her back inside. Lucy watched them walk back toward Charlotte's mark, where Coy left her, and returned to his spot. Her smile was tight. When she turned toward Charlotte, she kept the smile in place, raising her brows ever so slightly. A glance back at Charlotte told Coy that she'd looked away. He looked to Bellamy, his gaze pleading with her to tell him what to do. Please, he mouthed. She shifted her gaze to Lucy's side of the room, then gave an almost imperceptible shake of her head. She turned her gaze to Charlotte and nodded. Decision made. Bellamy had given him advice for the first time, and he was going to take it. He picked up the first jersey. This week has shown me how difficult this process is, for you women as well, and after tonight, it will only get harder. I don't take your feelings lightly, but I don't take mine lightly either. So, here goes. He had to turn and meet each woman's gaze as he readied to say the first name, per Agnes' instructions. Jillian's eyes were full of tears, so he glanced away. He had to stay clear-headed. Bellamy. He had promised himself he wouldn't ever make her worry. She'd taken a leap by doing this with him, and he couldn't stand the thought of making her grip that dress any harder. She took the jersey from him, holding it close to her as she reached up to hug him. You got this, Coy Jones, she whispered. Thanks for the tip. I don't know what you're talking about. Then she grinned at him, enough that those 2 dimples showed up and made his night. She pulled the jersey on and went to sit behind him. He adored how eager she always was to show her Team Coy spirit. He turned back to the women, his momentary good mood dampening at the aura of tension that remained with the other 3. He picked up the next jersey. He glanced over at Agnes. He knew what name he wanted to call, but she mouthed, "Take your time." He restrained himself from rolling his eyes. Agnes was bearing with a lot for Coy to make sure he got out of this experience what he needed. He could play her game too. He stared down at the floor as though he couldn't decide who to give the jersey to. Counted slowly to 10 and then brought his gaze up. Charlotte. Charlotte hurried forward, confusion written over every feature in her expression. Coy? Charlotte took the jersey from him. You're sure? He nodded. I need you here. She nodded back, and he didn't miss that her gaze darted toward Bellamy. Okay. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him, Coy ignoring for as long as possible the moment that he would have to face Lucy. He took the last jersey, making a show of waiting again before saying, Jillian. Jillian rushed toward him, her reaction almost lost in Lucy's gasp of surprise, and then the way her breathing turned to shudders. I'm sorry about last week, Jillian said, enveloping him in a hug. Thank you for the chance. He kissed her cheek but couldn't linger over their hug to avoid Lucy. Jillian would get the wrong idea. Lucy was waiting when Jillian stepped away, throwing herself into Coy's arms, her shuddering breaths turning to sobs. From the corner of his eye he saw the 3 remaining women head toward the couches where they would celebrate with Coy later. I don't understand, Lucy cried. I know you felt it. I know I didn't imagine that you kissed me back and that we had something so real. It wouldn't do any good to assure her that he had. It would make the heartbreak for her that much worse. I'm sorry. She had her face buried in Coy's chest, gripping the lapels of his suit coat. He'd offer her a handkerchief, but Charlotte hadn't returned the one he'd given her. I didn't lie about Jillian. I didn't do that just so you'd kick her off. I promise, Coy. Don't punish me for fighting for you. He held her tighter. I'm sorry. She forced him to let her lean back and stare at him. Coy. Please, just take it back. I know this was meant to be you and me. I've known it since the day we met. Please. He didn't bother with I'm sorry again. He took her hand and led her, sobs still audible and a hand pressed against her mouth, to the gym doors. The camera followed them through the lobby and to the SUV that waited to take her back to the ranch house to gather her things and be gone before the other women returned. When he opened the door for her, she turned toward him one last time. "Coy," she whispered, gripping his hand. Standing here with her, her voice pitiful and full of anguish, it made it hard to believe that someone as good as Charlotte had offered to go home herself to make sure that Lucy left. Lucy cared for him, he didn't doubt that. And he had felt the connection she pleaded him with. But he was already taking a big risk keeping Charlotte, someone whose friendship he valued so much. Someone he could picture caring about as much as he did Bellamy. He risked getting to the end of this and falling for two women. He couldn't also risk that Bellamy and Charlotte's worries about Lucy wouldn't catch up and make him regret taking a risk on her. "Thank you for the time you gave me, Lucy." He leaned over and gave her a kiss on the cheek. She hiccuped again with another looming sob and pulled away, finally climbing into the SUV. He shut the door and watched it pull away.
Lucy, 23. Phoenix, Arizona. Model. This is my worst nightmare. It was love. It was real. And I can't understand why he would cut me. I don't know what Charlotte and Jillian said to him to make him do this, but it's worse than anything I did. We had something. I don't get this at all. Chapter 16. Bellamy had never snuck out of a house before. And as she crept along the hallway of the ranch house praying the boards didn't creak, she realized she should have asked Roxy if she'd ever snuck out, in hopes she'd tell her the best possible route. She just knew that after seeing Coy's face when he held Lucy after cutting her, she wanted to be there for him, no matter what Agnes' rules said. Bellamy paused at the stairway. Up held more crew, but also held her apartment and a door to the outside that no one was thinking about. Downstairs was the more direct route. Or back to her room and risk going out the window and shimmying down the beams between the porch covering and the ground. She padded downstairs, creeping around the corners to the dining room and then through the mud room. She grabbed her boots by the back door and quietly got out to the porch. A few seconds more and she was sprinting up the road in the dark toward Roxy's house. She didn't want to risk Zane feeling guilty about not telling on them, so she headed around toward the back of the house to the deck and French doors off of the master suite, where Coy was staying. She tapped on the door, loud enough, hopefully, to wake Coy without waking Zane in the room just across the hall. It took a few sets of taps before the curtains shuffled to the side and Coy stared out at her, wide-eyed. He pushed open a door, pulling her inside. "Bells. Something wrong?" She hugged him. "I'm sorry about tonight. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He had pressed his face down into her hair, and it fluttered around her as he chuckled into it. "That's what it takes to get you to bend the rules for me. Breaking someone's heart." She squeezed him tighter around the waist. "You did the right thing." After a few moments, Coy threaded his fingers through hers and led her to the sofa in the spacious room. "Now that there aren't cameras, will you tell me why I cut her?" Bellamy curled her feet under her, resting back against Coy's arm over the couch and laying a hand on his knee. She chewed on her lip. "It's a slippery slope from me telling you the things she said when it was just us women and what she did to Jillian. It's all opinions, Coy, whether I think hers was right or not." And yet, she couldn't help that relief had wound through her as Lucy had walked out of the gym, even hand in hand with Coy. The lies she could spin about Bellamy had haunted her in the 2 days between their date and the draft ceremony. Lucy could have done what Bellamy just had, snuck down the road to talk to Coy alone and convince him that Bellamy was only there to get publicity for the ranch house. Coy adjusted his arms so that it curled around her shoulders and then drew her closer. "I just hate that I made her feel that way. That she thought this was so real between us, and I'm just now realizing it was." He drew in a long breath, shaking his head like he couldn't quite put a finger on the word. Bellamy couldn't help a smile. All physical and no heart. She and Roxy used that phrase all the time to describe the women that clicked with the catches right off, but never got past the lips and body stage. His smile stretched with hers, the tension she had felt in his arms releasing. "And what's this?" he whispered. "All heart." Bellamy laughed. "Not on this side, and good gravy, Coy Jones, I hope not on your side either." She pressed one of her hands to the hand of his, not wrapped around her, threading their fingers. "You feel this?" she said softly. "The way my hands are trembling sitting here next to you. You make me melt like butter in a hot pan." He slipped his hand from hers and reached up to cup her cheek. He stroked along her cheekbone and then drew her closer again, just a breath apart. "So this is what it feels like," he murmured. "This?" she asked. The heat from his fingers seared into her, making a path to her lips, down her chest, spreading over every nerve in her arms and into her own fingers. She braced herself against his chest, struggling to keep her breath even. "All heart," he said, closing in on her lips. "All physical." She felt his smile as his lips brushed over hers. "All real." And oh, she didn't even have a food swear sufficient to utter at that moment. The feel of his lips ignited all of the warmth that had spread over her, making her nerves dance. He shifted forward, wrapping both arms around her back and pulling her closer, deepening their kiss. Bellamy's lips sizzled like water hitting oil in a frying pan. She gripped his t-shirt to steady herself and to keep from falling right off the sofa, since her insides had turned mushier and mushier with every second the kiss lasted. Would Agnes be suspicious if Bellamy didn't make it back to the ranch house? Because how was she supposed to walk up the road on legs the consistency of mashed potatoes? He slipped his fingers into her hair and moved to kiss along her jawline. Bellamy lost all sensible thought. "This is so very, very awkward." Zane's voice brought her back really fast. She spun, wondering how they hadn't even heard him opening the door. "I just heard the side-by-side pulling into the driveway." "You'd better make a run for it, Bellamy. Unless you have a reasonable excuse that Agnes is going to accept for making out with Coy without any cameras around." He raised an eyebrow. Bellamy gulped. Coy laughed. "I'll see you soon," he promised. He kissed her again, heedless of Zane as he lingered over it. Zane cleared his throat. Coy only smiled, which made Bellamy start to giggle. "I hate this show," she whispered as she pulled away. "Do you remember that one time when, what was his name? The rugby player from New Zealand, when he told everyone through his season that he was in love with Casey like every episode and he kept sending girls home when he shouldn't?" Coy went in for another kiss. "Vaguely," he murmured. Agnes was totally going to catch them, but Bellamy couldn't pull herself away. "You should do that." "I'm already asking a lot of Agnes. I feel like that would put her over the edge." "Agnes has never kissed you or she'd already be over the edge." "She hasn't, right?" "Suddenly I'm not sure considering all the women you've kissed the last few weeks." Bellamy stood, but Coy stood right along with her, holding her close as she tried to move toward the door. "I have not kissed Agnes. Do I have permission to try in an attempt to smooth things over after she catches us in a few seconds?" Coy rested his forehead against Bellamy's. "Cheese curds." "Absolutely not. Nightmares of your making out with Lucy are going to haunt me as it is, Coy Jones." Another kiss. "I have to go." She managed to open the French door. "One thing," he said, holding her cheeks between his hands. "Kissing Lucy was never anything like that." "You're such a sweet talker." But her legs turned back to mashed potatoes, cursed that man. She had to pull away. Coy might not mind Agnes' wrath, but Bellamy did. She would not add to the humiliation of Zane walking in on them kissing by letting Agnes witness it as well. Good night. She slid through the door and hopped off the deck. Coy Jones, are you serious? She heard Agnes shout at him a few seconds later. She crouched in the shadows of the deck, not daring to dart away in case the producer came to the doorway. Serious about what? Coy asked, his innocent voice ruined by a hint of laughter. Bellamy is here. I know she's here. Is she hiding in your closet? Under the bed? Why can't you cut me any slack? You brought a cameraman. The laughter broke. Of course I did. You've got to give me something. Lucy's scene tonight wasn't enough drama and heartache for you? Coy asked in a dry voice. You're gonna choose Bellamy at the end of this. Everyone sees it the way we did with Gunnar and May. Only no one on the other side of the television is going to know why, because you haven't even taken her on a date alone yet. At least Gunnar gave us something on camera with May, even if he was rehearsing quite a bit off camera with her behind our backs. Bellamy clapped a hand over her mouth to keep from laughing out loud. I'll take her on an alone date next week, Coy promised. Oh, how very gracious. Agnes' voice dripped with sarcasm. Where is she, Coy? Probably up in her apartment, bunking with her mom to avoid having someone barge in her room with a camera in the middle of the night. Bellamy heard a muffled snort of laughter she pinned on Zane. Arg! Agnes cried in frustration, and a moment later a door slammed. Several moments followed and the side-by-side roared to life. Thanks for coming, Bells, Coy whispered into the darkness. I definitely feel better. Worth it, as she thought. Not even the cool air around her could bring down the heat still pumping through her from kissing Coy. She wished she had a phone so she could tell him. But sneaking a phone call tonight was probably more than Agnes could bear. Chapter 17. Bellamy, 27. Little River, Wyoming. Manager, the ranch house at the ROC. Last week was so difficult, just dealing with all of the frustration of the women here. It's hard, all of us falling for Coy but having to also watch as he falls for other women. It's so difficult, but getting more alone time with Coy will make all this worth it.
Coy only heard Bellamy's voice over the phone the next couple of days. Agnes sent over one of the camera guys to sleep on the couch at Roxy's house, and Zane complained that he'd gotten a long lecture on whatever part he'd played in Bellamy sneaking into Coy's room. I have a roommate now, she'd said when she called Saturday morning. A camera woman. She just went to the bathroom, so I have 2 minutes. Cheese curds, Coy had replied, and then they couldn't stop laughing before Bellamy had to hang up suddenly. After kissing Bellamy Friday night, he couldn't wait to get her back in his arms. By the time Bellamy stepped out of the SUV in front of one of the historic buildings in downtown Little River, he couldn't hold himself back. He hurried forward to greet her, pulling her up into his arms and holding her close for several seconds. Agnes is a heartless dragon, he whispered. Bellamy laughed in his arms, and he pulled away only enough to kiss her. The way he couldn't get enough of her on Friday night had surprised him. Kissing Lucy had been fun, exciting, and electric, but he had never felt as though he might not be able to stop. He had thought about Bellamy and even the other women during his time with Lucy, worrying how each of them felt about his relationship with Lucy. With Bellamy, the entire world disappeared. He hadn't cared that Zane had walked in. He'd been hard-pressed to care that Agnes was about to catch them. He had just wanted those moments with Bellamy to go on forever. Like now, when the cameras didn't matter anymore. Missed you, she said in a soft voice as they rested their foreheads together before pulling apart. Missed you. He grinned and pulled back. This is new for me. What do you have in store for us today? She slipped her hand down into his and turned to look up and down Little River's Main Street. I'm going to show you my town. You've already seen the museum, so we'll skip that. She chuckled, probably remembering the way Coy had described to her how his day with Willa had gone, paying tribute to the great Taggart Dubois. Let's start with food. She tugged him down the sidewalk to the Little River Diner. I've also been there, he pointed out, following her anyway. Not with me. And it's not all rented out for privacy today. They came to the doors of the diner quickly, and she pulled open the door, stepping through while he held it. The diner was full, even in the late morning, past the breakfast rush. There was a brief hush as people turned toward the door and noted who had come in. It was broken by a waitress plunking down a plate louder than he thought necessary. Several people jumped and conversations immediately restarted. Addie might have threatened people to act normal, Bellamy said as she led him to a booth. She scooted in on one side, letting go of Coy's hand, but he surprised her by scooting in next to her instead of going to the other side. He turned to kiss the side of her forehead before he spoke. I'm not wasting a minute of today. I want to sit right next to you every second, Bells. She leaned her head into him, drawing in a deep breath. Whatever cologne or deodorant you're wearing, I love it. It makes my head spin in the best way whenever I smell it. Good morning, Bellamy. What can I get for you too? The waitress, Bellamy had called her Addie, set 2 water cups in front of them. Bellamy lifted her head. Morning, Addie. Thanks for having everyone in line. She grinned. Addie, who Coy recognized as the waitress that served the night he'd brought a team date here, put a hand on her hip and huffed out a laugh. You'd think these people could act normal around someone famous. They don't all pause their meals when Tag walks in here. Most of them knew Tag when he was in diapers and first learned to walk, so there's that. Bellamy snickered. Addie, this is Coy Jones. Coy, this is Addie. She dated Nash Roberts back in high school and he dated Roxy right before she married Tag. Coy had to swallow back the laugh at that introduction. Bellamy had already told him of her she spies addiction and hanging out with Nash. He'd put that on his list of things to do with her, binge a TV show. Hopefully not The Catch and hopefully without Nash. Addie leaned against the opposite side of the booth, unbothered by Bellamy's dating history rundown for the residents of Little River. What's that? 2 degrees of separation from dating Tag himself. Not many closer. She wiggled her eyebrows. This time, Coy did laugh. Small towns, he offered. Nothing better, Addie said. The pancakes here are wonderful, and we've got some fresh peaches in. She held up her notebook. Better than Bellamy's? He glanced down at his menu while he waited for Addie's response. She turned to Bellamy instead. He's already had your pancakes? She wiggled her eyebrows again. Quiet, Addie. You don't have to make it sound like that. Bellamy was laughing, but her cheeks had turned a bright shade of pink. You know I was cooking for the show before I joined. She turned to Coy. They're good. Their recipe has a little more vanilla, a little more eggs, so they're a touch richer than mine. Just different is all. Coy shared a look with Addie, who still grinned. Yep, her and her mother know everything and every single item on that menu without me even breathing a word. Drives Ben crazy. She jabbed a thumb back toward the kitchen. You can do that? Coy asked, turning back to Bellamy. Figure out what's in something just by tasting it. The pink flamed back up in her cheeks as she stared down at her menu. Usually. Yeah. Want to see her in action? Addie asked. Ben has a new omelet he wants to try on you. She lowered her voice to a stage whisper. That's Bellamy and Ben speak, for he thinks he can stump her this time. It's a thing. Bellamy handed over her menu. Send it out. And Coy wants the ham, egg, and cheese crepe. Crepe? Coy followed suit and handed over his as well. It seems weird at first to have savory stuff in a crepe, but it's awesome. Trust me. He leaned over and planted a quick kiss on her lips. Always. Bellamy slid her arms around his waist and leaned into him, begging for more kisses by tilting her lips up toward him. He obliged, barely noticing Addie moving away from their table. I'm starting to wish we'd rented out the place again. Yeah, I didn't really think through my idea of you meeting people in town and just the day-to-day stuff here. She pulled away to put some distance between their lips, which in a crowded place like this was a good idea. Her gaze flitted around the room, smiling as she met the eye of various people and then even giving a wave to a little girl peering at them over the back of a seat a few booths away. I can't picture leaving here, Coy, she said softly before turning back to him. But I would. I could. I like Little River, he said. And we're not all that far from Denver. About 6 hours. She laughed at how quickly it came out. I looked it up before Agnes took my phone away. She traced her fingers along the table. Roxy had a hard time coming to terms with leaving here for Tag's career. I love my hometown, but not the same way she's connected to this place. I'd be happy wherever, well. She waved a hand, getting embarrassed again. You know. Wherever my family is. He took the hand she waved around her and kissed the tips of every finger. Same. A few groups of people stopped by their table as they left or came in, taking up the rest of the time before their meals came out with introductions and short conversations. Coy kept his arm around Bellamy for all of it, sitting close, enjoying their time. He had another date this week, which would require some honest conversation about where his heart was. He was willing to fake some stuff for the cameras, but not when it came to Charlotte and Jillian's hearts. Coy's crepe was just as good as she said it would be, and she did indeed best Ben once again, to cheers from the entire restaurant. The next few hours contained a lot of meandering down the cozy sidewalks of Little River and meeting the everyday people who had made a difference in Bellamy's life here. They stopped for homemade ice cream at a small desert shop, browsed a bookstore, and even got a tour of the fire station. To his pleasure, the night ended on the porch of Roxy's house. A small cafe table with 2 chairs had been set out for them to eat dinner, but even though they both wore fancier clothes for the evening out, both grabbed their plates and snuggled on the front porch swing as they ate. I can see why Roxy might have fallen for Tag because of this swing, Coy said when they'd finished their meal, just the right amount of spicy seasoned fried chicken with homemade mashed potatoes and creamy gravy. The view is gorgeous, right? She leaned back against him, both of them staring at the mountains in the distance, a hint of purple to the sky above them as the sun set behind the house. He kissed the top of her head. Sitting here with her felt so right as Tag sang about in that song. He shifted his arm to adjust Bellamy's face closer to him, leaning over her to kiss her with the same ache that wouldn't let him go during their first kiss, thankful that their day didn't have any more of an audience except for the 2 camera operators at a respectable distance in the yard. One of the production assistants even relaxed on a camp chair further back in the yard, ready if drama should strike, but probably enjoying the moments of peace in the still of the evening. Coy? Bellamy said softly when he pulled away, only out of necessity. There's something I need to tell you. Something important. He kept her close, ready for whatever part of her she wanted to share. Coy craved every single piece, every bit of knowledge that would make him more a part of Bellamy Hansen's life. It was crazy to think that after just a few short weeks he couldn't stand the thought of not having her in his life, how he could recognize the hunger for every single moment with her that was missing from even the friendship he'd found with Charlotte. He let her move her face away a few inches, knowing the cameraman focused on them right now would want the best angle for this important discussion. I don't want you to ever doubt that I'm here, Coy burst into laughter, but Bellamy didn't even crack a smile, though her eyes danced with one. But then I met someone freshman year, and it was all over for Tag. I haven't looked back since. Now she cast him an innocent smile. He continued laughing, reaching up to take her face in his hands and using his thumbs to gently graze those sweet dimples. He kissed each one before pulling back again. I appreciate you sharing that with me. Now Bellamy snorted with laughter. We're horrible people, right? Making fun of all those personal things the women on the show share like this. Probably. I'm very willing to hear anything about you, Bells. He pulled her back close again, picking up where they'd left off. She ran her fingers over his t-shirt, smiling up at him. Honest to goodness, Coy, the most tragic thing in my past is that I cried for days when my mom decided to be a snowbird and spend her winters in Arizona. I was 23. If I had to live without her homemade bread, I'd cry for days. At least you can make it too. That's the only thing getting me through the thought of her heading south again this winter. Tell me something important about you, Coy Jones. I didn't think I would, but somehow I love the sound of you saying my whole name like that. Or maybe I just love the sound of my name on your lips, however you say it. She granted him a kiss for this revelation and then smiled. What else? I love basketball. I have since I was a little kid. I am living my absolute dream, and so few people get to say that. He got another kiss for this fact, which he found was an excellent reward, one he would be happy to spill every single moment of his life to earn. What else? She asked softer. When it's 10 degrees in Denver and the wind is blowing, I miss the South so much I want to beg for a trade to Florida or California or anywhere they don't have snow. Another kiss. We get a lot of snow here. You make it worth it. You gonna keep on with that charm? There's no reason a man should ever stop flirting with his woman. She sighed, leaning her head back against his arm over top of the swing. Keep talking sweet like that to me, Coy Jones, and I'm going to be in love with you by the time this night ends. I'll take that as a challenge.
Chapter 18. Charlotte, 28. Fort Collins, Colorado. NICU nurse. I think I've found my best friend.
Coy had been grateful for Bellamy's catch knowledge from day one, even when she was stingy about sharing it with him. It gave him the ammo he needed right now in his argument against Agnes. You'll throw us off an entire week. She folded her arms and glared at him. I can't fake this with them. It's not fair. Bellamy is it. The one, and Charlotte doesn't deserve to be led on. I never signed a contract that said I have to do that. He folded his arms right back and stared her down. We had advertisers lined up, Coy. You don't understand. A lot of money is in just that 1 week. She blew out a frustrated breath and put her hands on the counter. I know the position this puts you in, but I can't film you and Bellamy for 3 more weeks. Time for his secret weapon. He raised his eyebrows. Then what did you do the season Kelton sent home a girl on every team date? Agnes laughed without amusement. Got as close as I've ever come to a stroke. She rubbed at her temples. I'll give you 1 week. We can figure something out, like maybe a look-back episode, but that means you have to keep Charlotte. Coy scowled. You're not even giving me the choice. You have way more chemistry with her. Agnes held up a hand when he started to protest. Even if it is more friendship than anything else. The first episode aired 2 nights ago, and she's already a fan favorite. A few well-placed previews, and we can guide them in the direction of believing it came down to Charlotte and Bellamy for you. Okay. He nodded slowly. He could tread the line without hurting Charlotte. He suspected she knew his feelings for Bellamy were serious, and maybe it had played a part in her offering to go home with Lucy. One more thing. Agnes pressed her lips together and Coy's jaw automatically tightened. She didn't like what she was about to say. I need an on-screen kiss between you and Charlotte to sell it. Non-negotiable. No, he had promised Bellamy not to kiss her until she was the only one. He wouldn't be dishonest to both of the final women. Non-negotiable. Agnes repeated. If we can't keep ratings up with a believable romance here, I'm screwed. Fans don't tune in to watch you date one woman. They tune in to cheer for their favorite and to analyze every moment. Without Lucy here, I have nothing to work with and ratings drop. I can't do that to Bellamy. He shook his head. You signed up with this with your eyes open, Coy. You knew you'd be asked to date several women at a time, and if you had to, do a little acting. Gunnar warned you. I warned you. It's part of the gig. The line of her lips became tighter as she stared at him. Then she sighed and relaxed. I'm sorry, Coy. I'm not here to ruin your life. I do want the best for you and Bellamy, but this is business. It's how things are. He swallowed. Fine. But I get off camera time to talk to Charlotte. Agnes stared him down, but Coy was not about to let the woman intimidate him into backing down on this. She gave a tight nod and turned and marched out of the kitchen. As soon as Coy heard the front door snap shut, he slumped across the island. 2 more weeks of pretending. He could do that. It wasn't 3 more weeks, so that was a bonus. And next week he'd get to spend the whole week with Bellamy, first meeting her family and then taking her to meet his parents. Coy could do it. Agnes had conceded to letting him be honest with Charlotte about his feelings. Both of them had signed up to play these parts for the catch. He trusted that even her sweetheart would understand and help him keep his promises to both Bellamy and Agnes. Coy, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. One of the most difficult things of this journey has been saying goodbye to women and knowing I'm breaking their hearts. None of them deserve that. They came here to find love, just like I did. I hate being the one to disappoint them. Coy wanted to go talk to Jillian before their date and explain the situation, but of course Agnes wanted the most dramatic breakup scene they could squeeze into her final moments on the show. She made it to the final 3, Agnes had said. It should be harder, more emotional than you're making it. So, instead he stood on the edges of a park where a nearby town was holding their town founding celebration and a small fair was set up, waiting for the SUV to bring Jillian. The SUV pulled up in the street and Coy hurried forward to get her door, his cameraman trailing behind. Jillian's huge smile tugged at Coy's heart. She had no idea what was coming and that killed him. She probably thought she had this whole date to win Coy over. Did the other women even suspect the depth of his feelings for Bellamy? He wanted to make plans with her, figure out how to see each other as much as possible, discuss if she was serious about making a life in Denver to be near him. And he had to talk to her as soon as possible about Agnes making him kiss Charlotte for the show. Agnes had been so strict about their time together since she'd almost caught them at Roxy's house that Coy suspected he wouldn't see Bellamy again until he met her parents next week. Agnes had even talked about sending Coy home to Denver for a couple of days to do some interviews. She was a tricky woman. When Jillian reached him, she threw her arms around his waist, holding him close. He counted himself lucky that she hadn't gone in for a kiss. Agnes would have loved the awkward moment it would have produced when he dodged it, but Coy could only take so much awkward tonight, and sending Jillian home would have enough by itself. They headed into the fair, inspecting rides and trying to figure out what to do first, finally deciding on funnel cake. Coy let Jillian take his hand and lead him toward a trailer with a sign that boasted several fair staples, among them, funnel cake. After he'd purchased one for each of them, they took them to some picnic tables. They chatted while they ate, the conversation coming without trying too hard, but that didn't surprise Coy. In a different situation, one where he hadn't met Bellamy, and given a few more dates, things could have progressed with Jillian. As she finished her last bite, Jillian asked, "So, do you spend all year in Denver, or do you go somewhere else during the off-season? Was it just him, or did everything lead back to Bellamy?" He wanted to spend the off-season in Little River, supporting her while she worked a job she loved. "I spend most of my time in Denver, but I visit South Carolina a lot during the off-season. My mom sort of demands it." "I bet Denver would be a great place for a girls' play office," Jillian said coyly before taking another bite. Coy chuckled at the insinuation. "Yeah, it would be, no matter what happens here." He kept his voice light, but Jillian's smile tightened at his insinuation. "Do you know?" she asked in a low voice. Coy drew a deep breath, glancing up at the production assistant. To sell the act that he was still considering Charlotte, he couldn't tell Jillian that he did know. He rolled over words in his mind, figuring out what to say to be vague enough not to give away the truth while still being honest about his feelings for her. It took long enough that she stared down at her empty plate after a moment. "You just know that it's not me," she said for him. He put an arm around her shoulders and pulled her into a hug. "I'm sorry," he murmured. "I really do hate this part." She turned her head against his shoulder, away from the view of the cameras. He had never minded that his broad shoulders could shield these women from the cameras. Is it because of what Lucy said about me? No. I promise. She spoke next into his shoulder, dropping her voice to a barely audible whisper. Bellamy? Yes. She pulled away to steady him. She glanced at the cameras and the production assistant before speaking again. How long have you known? Coy didn't mind telling the truth now. Agnes could edit out of this whatever she wanted to sell her story that he struggled between Charlotte and Bellamy. I think I've known the whole time. She wiped at some tears, prompting Coy to pull out a handkerchief to hand to her. She smiled at it before using it. That makes me feel better, to be honest. She held up the handkerchief. This is charming, by the way. Gunnar said it was more romantic than tissues. I think it's a habit I'll keep. He leaned an elbow on the table, turning his body to face her. Relief had uncurled the tightness in his stomach for confronting Jillian. It felt good that they could sit here as friends now. You're tight with Gunnar Bent? She asked. She seemed more relaxed as well, like the truth had taken a weight off of both of them. For her, the weight of trying would likely be lighter. Yeah, the show introduced me when they were asking me to come on. Is he as nice in real life as he seemed on the show? Absolutely. They still explored the fair, although Agnes wouldn't like the shots the camera operators got considering they didn't hold hands anymore or try to snuggle on the small Ferris wheel when they rode it. When he took her back to the SUV, they hugged as friends. Good luck, she said. I do wish you the best. Coy could only hope that his date with Charlotte went as well. For any reason other than that I lost a little bit of my heart to you every time we were together. She pulled one of his hands toward them, weaving their fingers together and laying their enjoined hands on her knee, which she'd curled up underneath her. But she took a deep breath. For the sake of total honesty. In her words, good gravy. What could take so much for her to get out? Her eyebrows were turned the slightest bit down as she gazed at him. He almost reached up to smooth out the crease and tell her nothing that she said could change how smitten he was with her. I had a crush on Tag Turner in middle school. We hope you enjoyed this audio recording of Catching Coy, Love and Little River, Book 3 by Renee S. Clark. You can find more full-length audiobooks to listen to for free here on this channel.
Chapter 19. Charlotte, 28. Fort Collins, Colorado. NICU nurse. Coy is an amazing guy. He makes me laugh, and that's just one of the most important things a relationship can have. That and honesty.
When Charlotte's SUV pulled up in front of the Little River Theater, instead of opening the door for her to get out, Coy slipped inside. Hey! Charlotte greeted him, leaning over to hug him, but she froze in his arms when her driver and the cameraman riding with her got out and moved away from the vehicle. What's going on? She asked. Before Coy could answer her, Agnes opened the front door and poked her head in. Mics are off. Then she snapped it shut and walked into the theater. When Charlotte turned back to him, confusion had drawn her lips into a frown. Coy. What's going on? We need to talk. He reached over and pulled one of her hands into his. I meant it last week when I said I needed you here. You have become a friend I trust. I couldn't have gotten through this without you, which is why you deserve my honesty. Bellamy, she said. And she laughed as she said it. Is it that obvious? Coy asked. Agnes would hate that, working so hard to sell that Coy was falling for Charlotte too, only to have everyone guess from the beginning that he didn't have eyes for anyone but Bellamy. If you're looking close. She shook her head. I think of you as a good friend too. It's okay. We can part ways with no hard feelings. I'm honored you chose to keep me this long. Coy sighed. You're not going home. He grimaced. Charlotte's confused frown returned. What? But you just said. Agnes said you're a fan favorite already. To keep interest and to keep their advertising partners happy, she wants to make it look like I had a difficult decision choosing between you and Bellamy. But I can't be dishonest with you or lead you on for the sake of money. Charlotte nodded slowly. Ah, I see. There's more. Coy took another deep breath. I don't think she wanted me to tell you this part. Well, I don't think she wanted me to tell you any of it, but we have to kiss. To make it look real. Well. She pressed her lips together and then burst into laughter. Coy, sweetie, relax. She squeezed his hand where he held hers. I'm okay. I know what I signed up for. I hate this. He leaned his head back against the seat, wishing it was already Monday and he was at the ranch house, sitting down to dinner with Bellamy and her parents. You love Bellamy, Charlotte said softly. That's what makes you hate all the rest of it. I think I might, he agreed. He leaned over to hug her. Thank you for everything. I'm so glad I got to know you. Same here. She tightened her arms around him. He opened the SUV and stepped out. Ready for this? He asked. Fan favorite? She grinned and preened a little. Nobody's surprised about that. He winked and shut the door on her, stepping back on the sidewalk for take two of greeting her. He drew in a deep breath. A few more hours and the hardest part of the show would be behind him. He could meet Charlotte's parents in a couple weeks with his conscience clear, and soon after that he and Bellamy could start their future. Charlotte and Coy laughed through the date, enjoying each other's company while they watched and chatted through a cheesy romantic comedy as they sat alone in the movie theater. He put his arm around her, which almost sent her into a fit of giggles, and Coy had to bury his face in her hair to keep from laughing. With some good editing, it might look pretty romantic. Halfway through the movie, during one of the breaks for their confessionals, Agnes gave him the eye as he walked back toward his seat. Okay, he mouthed, holding up his hands. He settled back in next to Charlotte, slipping his hand into hers as the movie started again. It's go time, he whispered. Charlotte snorted with laughter. I think I'm going to beg Agnes for that line to make it into the behind-the-scenes stuff at the end. You're killing the mood, he teased. It took them several minutes to calm down before they could continue with normal, romantic conversation. On screen, the couple kissed, so Coy turned to Charlotte and wiggled his eyebrows. What do you think? Are we as good as they are? Charlotte bit her lip, probably catching his double meaning, and she reached up to finger the collar of his shirt. Probably way better. Coy slid his arm around the back of the seat, once again using his position to block most of the view, even with 3 cameras in the theater, as he leaned over Charlotte. He cupped her face in his hands and drew her up toward him, pressing his lips to hers. They lasted a good several seconds before Charlotte started giggling. Coy kept up the act for a couple more, grinning down at her when they pulled away. That was so awkward. She pressed her face into his shirt, her shoulders shaking. Coy gave a mock huff. You're hurting my feelings. Doubt it, she said, her voice broken with laughter. How was that? He called out. You're giving me heart palpitations, Coy Jones, Agnes called back. That sent Charlotte and Coy into another round of laughter. At least it would look like they were having fun. Just for that you have to give me another one, she shouted. Coy made a show of sighing. If I have to. Now you're hurting my feelings. Charlotte wagged a finger at him, then leaned forward and surprised him by starting a kiss of her own, although he could feel the smile she tried to hold back. Hope I'm not interrupting. The voice made Charlotte and Coy pull apart automatically. Charlotte gasped as she turned. Coy stood, narrowing his gaze at Lucy.
Chapter 20. Lucy, 23. Phoenix, Arizona. Model. If Coy thought I was just going to walk away from what we had, then he doesn't know me at all. That's something I intend to fix. Love doesn't obey rules.
Coy gave Agnes a glare as he stalked out of the theater with Lucy and the camera operators close on his heels. The producer watched, expressionless, before following the group to the lobby. What's going on? Coy spun on Lucy when they reached the high-ceilinged room with the concessions and the ticket counter. I couldn't just walk away. Not when I know this was real between us. She came forward, reaching for him, but he backed away. She pinched her lips together. When I got my phone back, I found out a few things about your precious Bellamy that I thought you'd want to know. She folded her arms. Coy clenched his jaw, ignoring the surge of panic that went through his stomach. He couldn't trust Lucy. Couldn't trust that this wasn't some setup for more drama because him falling for the woman not in on the competition had already played out and was getting stale. Is that really the way you want me and the viewers to remember you? The woman who stooped this low to win? He made sure to let derision drip off of the word. Lucy was competitive. He wouldn't put it past her having a bruised ego she was eager to assuage. I'll stoop this low to protect you, she shot back. There was a fierceness about Lucy that Coy had always been attracted to. Before he let her go, he'd struggled with how to see her machinations to win him over. She'd said more than once that she didn't plan on playing by the rules ever, that the show was more than a game, more than a competition to her. That truth shone in her expression right now, all full of righteous indignation. So did he listen to whatever accusation she had, or trust that things were right with Bellamy and that if there was something serious, she'd tell him? He held up his hands, backing away further. I don't want to hear it. I trust Bellamy. Too bad. Lucy held up her phone, pushing play on a video, then put her hand on her hips and eyed him. Gonna walk away from this? It was of Bellamy. One of the behind-the-scenes confessionals. Nothing is more important than the reputation of the ranch house. I came on this show to make sure nothing could happen to make our clients lose trust in us. Lucy raised her eyebrows and pocketed the phone. You didn't like hearing that I thought Jillian was only here for her company. I'm sure it sucks hearing that's the only reason your precious Bellamy agreed to join the competition. This could not be real. Gunnar had told Coy to trust his instincts, and all of Coy's instincts had screamed Bellamy from pretty much day one. But that was Bellamy's voice, and that was Bellamy, and that was a confessional just like he'd seen every single woman on this show record. He stalked to Agnes. What's going on? He snapped under his breath. I thought you'd want to hear what she had to say. Agnes gave a shrug. Coy scoffed. You have this video. You couldn't just show me? Agnes stared up at him. With the cameras still rolling, and she'd never stopped them in the middle of this, she wouldn't dare confess that she'd allowed Lucy to come in and show him because of what it would do for the drama. She'd already said this morning, Coy wasn't giving the fans enough of it in the final weeks. You said you cared about your guys, he hissed at her. She flinched. He whirled around and stalked out of the movie theater. The crew had prevented Coy from finding Bellamy when he arrived back at the ranch. Agnes wouldn't listen to any of his pleas to go talk to her and find out what was going on. Either you trust her, or you don't, she kept saying with a raise of her eyebrows. The next thing he knew, Agnes had waved a line in the contract at him about how she could restrict his contact with other members of the cast and had him on a flight to Denver to do promos. Where, after 2 days, he was going crazy. Zane was with him every moment and Coy's phone was still on lockdown. Every time Coy begged his best friend to help him out, Zane would hesitate and then shake his head. You might have the money to fight them when they sue for breach of contract, but I don't, he'd finally argued. I'll take care of it, Coy promised. You can see her in a couple of days. It'll be better if you see her in person anyway. Zane had chewed on his bottom lip and then added, Agnes is right, Coy. Either you trust Bellamy, or you don't. The only reason to hash this out now is if you think there's actually something to this. Then he'd waited for Coy's answer. It's not about trust. You've heard that interview. Please, man. With a long sigh, Zane gave up his phone. This is a mistake.
Chapter 21. Bellamy was having Coy Jones withdrawals. He was back in Denver for a few days between his dates with Jillian and Charlotte and when he would come back to Little River to meet Bellamy's family. She was pretty sure Agnes had done that on purpose to make sure she and Coy didn't sneak around. Denver was only 6 hours away. But Bellamy had no idea where Coy even lived, and Agnes had probably sent a babysitter with him or something. She'd probably gone herself. It was all pure torture. He'd cleared his things out of Roxy's house. He'd be staying up at the ranch house for the 2 nights he was back in town before they flew out to South Carolina to meet his family. And with no guests booked for another few weeks, Bellamy had nothing to do at the ranch house. Which was how she found herself hanging out at Roxy's and watching the first episode of The Catch with her. "You think you'll be able to watch the whole season?" Roxy asked as they settled on the couch. Tag had disappeared on a horse ride the moment they mentioned watching the show. "Same as always. I don't know. Ask me after I've had to watch myself on camera. Or after I've had to watch Coy make out with Lucy one too many times." Roxy laughed. "Is it a first for The Catch to have someone sobbing in the middle of the draft ceremony?" Bellamy squeezed her eyes shut in concentration. "Aria," both she and Roxy said at the same time. "Jack Wright's season." Roxy whistled. "He'd been a swimmer." Bellamy nodded. It was surreal to watch as the show started, to see the first day, cringing when Lucy kissed Coy right off. "Ugh." Roxy just laughed. "You would have loved it any other season." "Ugh." And even though Bellamy had already sent the recording of Willa singing Roxy's song to Coy, they both laughed non-stop through the whole thing. Roxy held out a package of licorice toward Bellamy. "We have to eat one every time they refer to Taggart Dubois." They'd already dropped his name at least half a dozen times in the introduction of Little River. "We'll gain 100 pounds. Bellamy went into the kitchen for sodas for them both when Coy's makeout session with Lucy on the first day started playing. "Yeah, this might be the last one I watch," she called to Roxy as she got glasses. She wanted to swear, not just food swears, every time Coy even looked at Lucy. She hated this show. "Wow. She just got right to it, didn't she?" Roxy said, sounding like she was in awe. Bellamy closed her eyes in relief when the show finally moved to the confessionals with Coy and the women after the draft ceremony had ended. It was almost over. And she wouldn't watch next week's. She could not witness his date with Lucy. Of course, she'd be with Coy, so it might be different watching it with him. Cuddle up with him. Distracting herself from his lips on Lucy's by doing a little kissing of their own. "Oh, my gosh. It's you." Roxy's excited voice brought Bellamy out of her daydreams. "The biggest twist ever on this season of The Catch," Portia Hampton was saying in the voiceover. But it didn't actually show Bellamy. It was flicking through scenes of Coy with the women. Roxy had to go backward and pause on the scene they knew was her and Coy walking hand in hand down the main street of Little River, showing them from behind. It moved on to glimpses of Coy kissing Lucy some more, and a few seconds of the argument between Jillian and Lucy. Then came Coy kissing Charlotte in the Little River Theater, an old rom-com playing in the background as they grinned at each other when they pulled away. Wait. Coy's first alone date with Charlotte had been 2 days ago. "He's kissing her," she whispered. "What?" Roxy furrowed her brows at Bellamy. "At least it's not Lucy again." "No," Bellamy said, her throat closing. "No. That's 2 days ago. After he kissed me. He promised me that he wouldn't kiss me until I was the only one he wanted to kiss." Her voice trembled. They'd only been apart 4 days. What had happened? What had been happening with Charlotte that Bellamy had missed? "No, no, no," she moaned, standing up and pacing in front of the couch. He had turned to Charlotte for comfort the night of the big drama as much as he had to Bellamy. Charlotte had taken him aside at the last draft ceremony, prepared to go home. She told Bellamy about it. But Coy had kept her anyway. Belle, stop overreacting. You don't know what that was about. Roxy stood up with her, blocking her path from another round of pacing. Who's the top 3, Rox? Bellamy asked. They did this every time after a first episode. If you don't know about me, who's the top 3? Belle. Ugh, she just wanted to hear Coy whispering her nickname. All real, Bells. Who's your top 3? She insisted. Lucy, Roxy said defiantly. Bellamy raised her eyebrows in expectation. Jillian. And? Bellamy twisted her fingers together. Coy kissing Charlotte. The sweet one. Roxy nodded. Charlotte. Bellamy collapsed on the couch, buried her face in the cushion and swore. Loudly, and none of it about food. Roxy came and sat next to her, holding out her phone even though Agnes had threatened them with some pretty serious consequences if there was unauthorized contact between her and Coy. Call him. He doesn't have his phone. Roxy still held it up. Call him. Agnes will ruin us. Roxy pushed the phone right up in Bellamy's face. This is payback, Belle. You made me face my fears, now face yours. No. He promised. This is different. Bellamy got up and walked away from her friend, gathering the dishes they'd used while watching the episode and heading into the kitchen. Roxy let her go, sighing in annoyance. Bellamy was headed up to the ranch house to wallow in her room when Roxy came running out of the house, waving her phone. Belle. Belle, it's Coy. She caught up with Bellamy and shoved the phone at her. He sounds really upset. He must know. Let him explain before you throw this all away. Did you call him? Bellamy snapped. She might deserve it after how she'd taken Tag's side when he'd come to the ranch house this summer before trying to woo Roxy, but that didn't make Bellamy like it. Cross my heart. He called. Bellamy took the phone, following Roxy back down the road and toward the house, in case Agnes had left spies or something. Hello? She answered after Roxy had hurried on ahead. I need to make this quick. I don't trust that Agnes doesn't have like a bug on Zane's phone or something, Coy said. Bellamy's stomach clenched. Roxy had it wrong. Coy sounded distant, not upset. How did you even know that I'd seen the promos? Bellamy still couldn't quite trust that Roxy hadn't had a hand in this. Maybe she hadn't called, but she might have texted Zane. What promos? His voice dropped. Out of guilt. She couldn't tell. Of you kissing Charlotte on your date last week. Coy huffed and let out a long sigh that sounded weary. It made Bellamy stiffen and wonder what was coming next. I'm sorry. This isn't how I planned it, but I realized. Agnes made me, he said. The catch has a story to tell, and apparently my devotion to you wasn't enough to bring in the big bucks. I thought I'd be able to tell you before you saw it. She flinched at the way he said devotion. There was something off, something hard in it. That's not why you called. The turmoil in her stomach should be easing, knowing that it had all been a part of a script, that Coy had been following orders he was obligated to follow thanks to his contract. But there was more. There's a behind-the-scenes video of you. Agnes let Lucy come back to show it to me. He gave a dry laugh. And? Bellamy asked. She didn't have access to any of that. Agnes was strict about Bellamy's internet time. Bellamy couldn't even get work done to defray the boredom. It says the only reason you came on the show was to protect the reputation of the ranch house. Bellamy sucked in a breath. She vaguely remembered the confessional, but not all of the details. But the fact that Coy was calling. It meant that Lucy had done exactly what Jillian had predicted. And you believe it? After what you just told me, that the show made you kiss Charlotte to tell a story? Her voice rose along with her fear and anger. She recognized that to her surprise. Anger that he would accuse her by calling her to ask for an explanation. I don't know, Bells. Frustration spilled from his voice. It's your words. It's you saying you're here for the ranch house. I had to spend an hour convincing you to join the cast and take a chance on me. So yeah, maybe I'm worried that maybe you were concerned about what would happen if I kept flirting with you, so you went into damage control. You think all of this? The nonsense I've put up with for this show was for damage control. She was shouting now. It took an hour because I didn't want to do this, Coy Jones. I'm so done. She hung up the phone. Hopefully he'd liked that kiss with Charlotte. The catch was about to get its most dramatic season yet, and they didn't even know the half of it. Chapter 22. Bellamy Hansen, 27. Little River, Wyoming. Manager, the ranch house at the ROC. The hardest part about deciding to join this show was knowing that, in the end, I had no guarantees. Maybe it all works out. Maybe it doesn't. I've fallen hard for Coy, but so has everyone else.
Coy had no idea what to expect as he stepped up onto the porch of the ranch house for his dinner with Bellamy's family and friends. He had a dozen pink carnations and a smile as fake as Lucy's feelings for him. Agnes and Nico might be forcing him and Bellamy to finish this out, but at least Agnes hadn't pushed Lucy back in his face after the scene at the theater. Bellamy came to the door, pushing open the screen. He took it back. His smile was as fake as Bellamy's. Hey. It feels like it's been forever, he said, handing her the carnations and pulling her into his arms. It felt too good and not like an act for the cameras. Yeah. She pushed away. He leaned over to kiss her, following Agnes' storyline for this evening since both he and Bellamy had told her that acting natural wouldn't be an option the producers liked. Bellamy turned at the last moment so that he caught her cheek. He flicked his gaze toward the cameras on the porch and let her slip away from him. He thought he'd processed the whole thing. Watching that video over and over, trying to find more meaning in it than the few simple sentences. He'd gone over their connection, their moments together, how he was falling in love with her. But he thought he had something with Lucy too. It was only distance that had opened his eyes to that as well. Now he just wanted time alone again. Even if the last 2 days in Denver he'd missed Bellamy far more than he should have. She headed inside. Everyone is so excited to meet you. You know, officially. She laughed, but it sounded like she was trying too hard. Great, me too. A glance over at Agnes told him his response was just as hollow as hers. The producer was rolling her eyes. Mr. Jones. Kendra Hansen hurried forward when they came inside, taking Coy's hand in hers. I'm so happy to see you. Worry flashed across her expression, but it was gone in an instant. Coy, he corrected. Mr. Hansen came to stand next to Bellamy's mom. He was just taller than his wife, with the same shade of brown hair, though Bellamy got her blue eyes from her mother. Coy. He stuck out a hand. I'm Dalin Hansen. Hello, sir. Behind them Roxy stood next to Taggart Dubois. Bellamy shuffled her and Coy over to them. He glanced down at her, but she was eyeing Roxy. The smile on her friend's face could barely be called that. Hello again, Mrs. He forced a chuckle, realizing he wasn't quite sure. He thought that Bellamy had said Taggart's real last name was Turner, but he couldn't be sure. Roxy, just call me Roxy. Some of the tension melted from her expression. Tag Turner, her husband said from beside her. I must say that I'm somewhat shocked you've chosen Bellamy over that really enthusiastic woman you brought to hear me play. She was a truly devoted Taggart Dubois fan, and there's not a better class of women out there, is there, Rox? Stop it, Tag. Roxy laughed and glanced over at Agnes. They'll edit that nonsense out, right? She asked in a low voice. I'll put in a special request. Roxy nudged her husband. Besides, Bellamy's devoted to you. I wouldn't be married to you if she weren't." Bellamy rolled her eyes and attempted a laugh. "I'll take credit for convincing you not to be stubborn." "It's okay." Coy slipped an arm around Bellamy's waist. The lightheartedness of the moment had made him forget where things stood and made it easier to act like he was supposed to. The weight in his stomach grew when she stiffened at his touch. "She's already confessed to harboring a deep and abiding crush on Tag in middle school," he finished. "So, dinner?" Mrs. Hansen said brightly. "I can't do this anymore." Roxy waved her hands around. "You too." She pointed at Coy and Bellamy. "Out to the porch. Talk. Now." When neither of them moved, she grabbed their elbows and started dragging. "Roxy," Bellamy hissed. "You turned traitor on me with Tag," Roxy said. "Payback." "You already got that when you texted Zane to tell Coy to call me," Bellamy shot back. Roxy snapped her gaze in Coy's direction, even as she continued to drag them away. "Tell her I didn't text Zane." He raised his eyebrows. "She didn't text." Bellamy snorted in disbelief. They had reached the door that led out onto the porch. Bellamy glared at Roxy but marched outside. Coy followed. Roxy pulled the door shut behind them and he turned to see her guarding it. He didn't doubt they only had a few minutes before Agnes marshaled her forces and had them running around the house. But Bellamy moved toward the railing, her back toward him, staring out at the lawn in silence. "I'm sorry I asked you to do this," he said, the only thing he could think of. What did Roxy expect them to do? Bellamy had said she was done. Coy didn't know what to trust anymore. The show had robbed him of that, even if Gunnar thought he could follow his instincts. The video was edited. Her voice was so quiet he almost didn't catch it. He stepped forward. "Yeah, but they asked me why I hadn't just snuck around with you. Why bother with the show at all? And you heard my answers. Part of it, anyway. Pieces of it, really." She gave a long sigh and turned to him. The weight that had been sitting on his chest shifted, away from the sorrow that he'd been wrong about Bellamy's feelings for him to regret that he'd actually been wrong, just not in the way he thought. "Why didn't you say something on the phone?" "That's why I risked calling you." He stepped toward her, hoping she didn't run away, like she probably wanted to. Like he probably deserved. Zane had tried to warn him. "I couldn't even remember which interview you were talking about." "Good gravy, Coy, we recorded 1,000,000. She rubbed her hands down her cheeks. "That kiss with Charlotte was the most awkward thing I've ever done," he said in a rush. He hadn't really explained about that either. "Charlotte and I both have already agreed that we're much better as friends." She laughed. Bells. She laughed when she kissed me. "I stopped being mad about that the minute you told me why it happened." She pinned him with a glare that said he was not forgiven for distrusting her. And then a moment later it softened. "But this show didn't really give us the opportunity to get anything explained well, did it? Is it all just a story?" she asked, stepping toward him. He reached for her hands, and she let him take them. "Not the important parts," he said softly. "I promise. And I'm so very sorry." She tilted her head. "How long before the cameras catch up?" "If Agnes feels bad enough, maybe a few more minutes." He wrapped his arms around her waist. When he lowered his lips to hers, pressing a hand to her back to hold her close, she met him eagerly. She gripped the front of his shirt, letting a certain amount of desperation leak into the way she kissed him back. "Charlotte laughed?" Bellamy murmured. Coy wasn't quite ready to stop kissing yet, but he smiled. "Giggled, really," he said, not moving away from her lips. "She's crazy." When the screen door opened and Agnes said, "We do have to film dinner at some point," Coy still didn't stop kissing Bellamy. "I'll send out a camera," Agnes threatened. Coy pulled an arm away from Bellamy long enough to give Agnes a thumbs up. The screen door slammed and Agnes huffed. "She did complain about not having enough footage of us kissing," Bellamy said. "Really, we owe it to her," Coy agreed. At which point Bellamy started giggling. So Coy kissed her until she was too out of breath for that. And when he finally pulled away, he looked her in the eye seriously. "I love you, Bellamy." "Good," she whispered. "Because I want to spend a long time loving you back." Epilogue. Coy, 27. Charleston, South Carolina. Shooting guard for the Denver Mountaineers. Sure, I was kind of skeptical. I didn't know if this sort of thing worked. But it did. I fell in love. I found my teammate for life.
Bellamy stared out at blue water from the deck of the home on Folly Beach that Coy had bought his parents after making it big in basketball. A breeze lifted a few tendrils of hair around her face, shifting them, but she breathed it in. It was so hot. So muggy. But she had never been more in love with a place. A hand snaked around her waist from the side, Coy pulling her close to him and looking down at her. "Penny for your thoughts?" he asked, leaning his head against hers. "The water is beautiful. The house is beautiful. This place is just," she sighed in utter contentment. "And your parents, Coy Jones. They're perfect." She glanced around, searching for a camera somewhere, monitoring all their private moments like usual. But to her surprise, she couldn't spot one. For all her grumbling about Coy, Agnes liked him and didn't mind the favors he asked her for. Maybe she did believe in love, like she'd told Coy, despite what she must have seen in her many seasons with the show. Or maybe she felt bad for purposefully stirring up trouble for the drama and almost ruining their relationship. Coy slid his hand behind Bellamy's neck, cradling the back of her head and guiding her closer to kiss her. The relief she'd felt when Coy had apologized on the deck of the ranch house was still lifting her. She had let anger build in the days they were apart, but once they'd stood out there alone, she'd realized she didn't want that weight. She just wanted Coy to take his hands in hers and spin while the midi dress she wore floated around her knees. To live in this beautiful moment of finding him. She had promised herself on the first day of filming for this show that she wouldn't make an idiot of herself. But she wouldn't mind it, in fact she kinda wanted to, for Coy. He kept the kiss brief, but deep and passionate, enough to make her breath come short and her heart start pounding. "Have I told you yet?" he asked in a soft voice as he pulled away. "That I love you." She wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him back to her. A few times, she whispered, kissing him this time and not worrying about brevity but matching his passion. She leaned back against the railing to keep herself steady, though all she needed was his arms. Coy leaned over her, his mouth moving in a rhythm that conveyed the same need that swirled through her. "I love you too," she said. When they pulled away, he kept one arm around her waist, and reached into the pocket of his jeans with his other. "I'm not supposed to do this until the draft ceremony next week," he said in a low voice. "But I am not going to propose to you on TV." He held out his hand, showing her the ring resting in his palm. It was a pretty, rose gold, the diamond oval shaped and the band thin with 2 tiny rows of diamonds. Sweet cream, Coy Jones. Her heart stopped as she stared at the beautiful thing. How could they know this in only a matter of weeks? But she did. She knew with everything in her heart that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with him. He slid it on her finger and leaned down to kiss her again, pulling away to whisper, "Bellamy Hansen, will you marry me?" Standing on the deck, overlooking the ocean, both of them in their bare feet, it was the most perfect moment she could think of. "Oh, yes, Coy Jones. Oh, yes." He lifted her up to the railing, securing his arms around her as they kissed in celebration, then he pulled back and stared at her with a contented smile that made her dream of coming back to a place like this and raising their children. But anywhere Coy was would be the perfect place. "Agnes says you have to act surprised next week at the draft ceremony," he said. "Agnes let you propose to me before you've even gone to meet Charlotte's family." Bellamy had to laugh. "She's given up on me." Bellamy didn't like that the next afternoon they would have to go their separate ways for a week, but she had all the assurances she needed here in her arms. "Find a way to call me every day," she asked. "Promise. Don't act too well. Only enough to please Agnes." "That's too much." He chuckled, dropping a kiss on her forehead, then on either side of her cheeks, then along her jaw. "What do you think?" he asked as he kissed behind her ear. "Who's your top pick now?" She placed her hands on either side of his cheeks to stare at him. "Bellamy Hansen, hands down. She's obviously head over heels and can't help herself. I'm pretty sure there's no question how he feels about her." "What a boring season this will be," he said dryly. "And yet, it will be the best season yet."
We hope you enjoyed this audio recording of Catching Coy, Love in Little River, Book 3 by Renee S. Clark. You can find more full-length audiobooks to listen to for free here on this channel.